Boom, we're live. Okay, we're officially live. Officially live on TikTok, Twitch, and YouTube. So if y'all are joining on any number of those platforms, welcome in. I appreciate y'all joining the stream today. Once again, before we get rolling with music, Lucas, welcome in. We'd love to know where you're joining from. We'd love to know if you make music, the kind of music that you make. And we will be diving into the details of y'all's music in the next 5 to 10 minutes or so. We're just gonna get all of the different platforms up and rolling, and then we'll get moving here. Okay, let me double check a few things. Hi, Lo, welcome in. Midland, Texas, in the building. Let's go. Let me just refresh a couple things. Is it Eli? Eli's in the building. What's up, Eli? Welcome into the stream. Let's see what's happening here real quick. Let me make sure I'm refreshed over on Aux too to make sure I've got everything rolling. Gotta make sure I got everything moving here. Yeah. What's your opinion on the SE 2300? Is that so? I know SE and I know some like their SEX and stuff like that, or whatever some of their lower end microphones are. Excuse me. Is that their large diaphragm? I'm not sure exactly which model that is. SE's great. I think SE makes some of the better microphones for the price. I've used a few of their lower end ones. I know some people that have them and love them. Those in addition to like the Avantones and the lower end Lewitts and stuff like that. I think people like them and enjoy them. I think they're fine. I think most microphones under like $300, $400 are gonna do largely the same job. You know what I mean? Like you're not gonna get any like really, really distinct differences. Most of them are overcompensating high end a little bit. Most of them are gonna be bright. Most of them are gonna, largely, accomplish the same things. You're gonna get some changes in build quality. Like I would bias, if you want to bias towards build quality, I'd probably get something from like the AKG, like the 214s. Those are fantastic. The Aston Spirits for, $300 ish, are fantastic for as far as like build quality goes. And then sonically, noise wise, I think the Lewitts are great in that range. So the SEs are fine. I mean, I think they're nothing special, right? Like anything, like I said, under $300, $400 is not going to be like a inherently like incredibly special microphone if that's what you're looking for, but it's going to do the job. It's going to be pretty clean, pretty transparent for the most part, outside of maybe some brightness and self noise, but they do the job 100%. 100%. You take music, all at the link in my bio. So if you want to submit your music, Silex, thank you for the heart me, man. Sorry, I just saw that. Thank you so much for tapping in. If you would like to submit your music, it's got to be your music. That is all at the link in my bio. So you'll see 2 lines there. I'll explain them here in just a moment as far as what you do in those lanes. Wubsy's in the building. What's up, Wubsy? Good to see you. Welcome into the stream. Welcome in. Do you like country? I like all genres. All genres. It just depends on the mood that I'm in. I don't necessarily have, I know what I listen to most often for me. It's just going to be like 80s stuff. It's going to be like synthwave, dark wave, like very synth heavy. That's kind of the world that I'm in. That's what I do a lot for my job is track synths. So I love stuff that has a lot of synths. Sending love, Wubsy. Love right back to you, man. I appreciate you so much for tapping in. You listen to instrumental songs only, instrumental songs? Yeah, 100%. We get, so I work full-time as a producer. It's a big portion of what I do for a living. And so people submit productions only, instrumentals only, so on and so on, like early demos and stuff like that all the time. Valis Tracks, I appreciate you. They're not plugged in yet. I gotta get them moving here in a second. Hold on, let me move this. What's happening over here? What's going on over here? Let me move this off screen. What's happening? But yeah, they're not plugged in. I've been in the process for like the last couple weeks. I've been in the process of redoing the studio in here. So I finally got the new drum set up. I finally got cymbals put in. I finally got everything mic'd. They're just not routed yet because the console's not coming till next week. It's supposed to be shipped out on Monday. And then, so there's still a lot in here that's like not routed yet, unfortunately. So I'm still waiting to get some things plugged in, but it is fun. You're so cool, bro. Lynchy, thank you. I don't know about that, but I do appreciate it. Brandy, thank you for the heart me. Wubsy, thank you for the heart me. I appreciate it a lot. Alfie and Speedy, thank you for the follows. I appreciate that. Are we hating on AI in here? I don't hate on anybody. Everybody's in here for a different reason with a different perspective. I know my stances on things. My goal is always to help people and facilitate the best possible version of their art that not only supports the art form of music as a whole, but supports musicians and the business of music and artists and creatives as a whole. Within that, we're going to wind through some paths of issues with AI as well as reasons why people are utilizing it. My perspective is always going to be to point people in the direction of utilizing people to help do what they do, just from the standpoint of building a community in music and actually collaborating with people. Because I think if we step farther and farther and farther away from that, I do think that is going to be detrimental to the art form of music as a whole. But that doesn't mean I hate people that hate AI, right? That's just not who I am as a person, business and stuff aside. Like, this is not who I am. So I mean, I love people and I love people that make music and that work creatively. And I always want to give them as many tools as possible to help them succeed in what they're doing. If you want to submit, it's link in my bio, y'all. Link in my bio. Sean is in the building. What's up, Sean Chandler? Good to see you over on YouTube. I appreciate you tapping in. Let me see. Does anyone else have a decent mixer that's decently affordable? Y'all help Anima out. He paid $50 for a mix and was not happy. From I think a buddy of yours, right? A buddy of yours mixed for $50, and they were not very pleased with it. So if anyone knows a fairly reasonable engineer, then please help him out. Dre, I appreciate you so much, Dre. Thank you so much for tapping in. If y'all want to submit, it is at the link in my bio. Don't set it here in the chat. I appreciate y'all tapping in. I will get into the details of the live stream and what we're doing here in just a moment. You get what you pay for. That's a fact. And there's we were talking about this yesterday because Anima was talking about sounds underwater. LMF. Oh yeah, I was not happy. Yeah. There's an interesting range of people that are very talented. They have a super good ear, but they're just getting started. So I know people that are incredibly talented and have a great ear for engineering and a great ear and have built skill sets really quickly within like a year or 2 years of being pretty solid audio engineers for the most part. Even if they've never worked in studios and stuff like that, and they only charge like $150, $200, right? They're not like crazy expensive yet, but they do have a great ear for it, right? There's like this middle ground occasionally of people that maybe don't have like the credibility or just the length of time utilizing those skill sets, but they're very talented and they're kind of in that middle ground. But yeah, obviously like most great and most people that are doing a pretty solid job in their engineering is going to be a bit more expensive, but there are people that exist $200 and below that are great at what they do. Sometimes just harder to find, or you just got to take some chances. That's the hard part about being earlier in the engineering stage. When you're trying to pay for an engineer on a budget, is you're definitely going to be taking some more chances on your engineering, which that's tough. That's tough. Yeah, if you want to submit your music, I see y'all submitting in the chat. If you want to submit, it's at the link in my bio. Thoughts on Have a Nice Life? What is, I'm not sure exactly what that is. It's 1 a.m. for me. Well, I hope you're chilling at 1 a.m. Hope you're not doing anything too crazy. Songlix, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Please stop submitting in the chat. It is at the link in my bio. I'll say it a couple times. After I've said it a couple times and you keep spamming the chat, you will get muted. I have no issue muting your music. Muting you in the chat. I will make sure that you are not able to spam because I want people to be able to talk. I don't want them to just be seeing all of your messages in here. I want them to be able to engage. And I would love for you to be able to engage. But if you keep spamming, you'll get muted. Now, I don't want that to happen. So definitely, if you want to submit music, you can't spam it here. Literally, it's going to do nothing for you, if not just get you silenced. If you want to submit, it's at the link in my bio. Link in my bio. Yeah, I'll mute your music. I'll mute you in the chat. I'll mute whatever. You're the real music guy. Hey, what's up? Boy, wait, I appreciate you tapping in. Welcome into the stream, y'all. Sorry, I'm trying to respond to a couple things here, and then we'll get rolling. But most of it's just spam. If you have questions, of course, you can drop them in the chat. But it keeps kicking me back. Brandy's in the building. What's up, Brandy? Good to see you. Your advice to you? It keeps kicking me. I can't keep scrolling. That's so infuriating. I can't. Brandy said something about what we talked about the other day, but it keeps kicking me back. If you want to drop it back in the chat, then please feel free to, but I can't see it. TikTok, every time someone rechats, it just kicks me back to the bottom on the TikTok Studio app. Anyways, that's an absolute nightmare. Let me see. Shay Too Nice, welcome into the stream over on Twitch. I see you. Thanks for tapping in. Go to a store for and tap link to a sub. You don't see the link? Val's tracks? Isaac, don't spam the chat. You spam the chat, you'll get muted. It's at the link in my bio. Give me just 30 seconds here, y'all. I'm going to go ahead and update update what we're doing. Liz, I see you. Thank you so much for the submission. Your advice the other day was really helpful, fixed a lot of issues in the mix. I love that, Brandy. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. That makes me so happy, man. Makes me so happy. Thank you so much for dropping that in the chat, man. I appreciate that a lot. Let me see. Let me move this over here. That's what it's all about, man. That's what it's all about. Okay, refresh here. And all right, we should be about ready to go. Dariana, 100%. When you are sending in your music, it's all at the link in my bio. It says they're gonna go to the profile link. Val's tracks. It's helpless. It's helpless. It's helpless. It's Drizzy Kane. Thank you so much for the submission. I got you as well. We'll be 4 hours into a live stream, and it will it's the same. I have it. Even like right here, it's like no popular artist requests and like bright yellow letters, and then on like the title when you come in the description, it's like it says like we're not listening to popular artists, and then you got an aux cord to submit. It's like we are listening to your music, not popular artists. Like I say it like 4 different times, and I'm saying it probably 4 times every like 3 minutes, where you can go to submit and what we're listening and not listening to. Inevitably, someone's like, "Shape of You, Ed Sheeran, listen to it now. It's my favorite. You won't be disappointed." I'm like, I'm not listening to Ed Sheeran, dude. Just go to your Spotify. Anyways, it's whatever. That's not what we're talking about, but it's funny. Dex is in the building. What's up, Dex? Thanks for tapping in. We're going to start listening to music here in just a little bit. This is not, for those of you who maybe have not come in very many times, this is not like a fast-moving place, right? This is not where we like blast through your music to get to as many as possible. This is track talk. This is chill. It's easy. We're taking our time. We're really digging into the details of the music, specifically on the consultation side. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. Appreciate it. These are long. They're detailed. They're really, really nuanced. And so for that reason, this is not where we're blasting through stuff. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. I appreciate y'all. Y'all are amazing. And thank you for the follows on TikTok as well. Is it Slit 253? Thank you so much for tapping into the stream. Don't do it, Shane. Don't say it. Don't say it. If you say it, it'll be out of control before we know it. Raph, thank you for the follow. All right, we're going to get into some music, y'all. Speaking of, Shane, it takes everything in me to not start ranting on synths. I refuse. If you send a song that is considered long, are you going to skip it? No, not necessarily. Kind of depends on where you're at, but I'll let you know. Just because there's 2 different lanes, and I will explain it now. Okay, y'all. Thank y'all so much for tapping into the stream, whatever it is, whatever this is. What are we doing here? Thank y'all for tapping into the stream. I appreciate y'all joining. Thanks for taking some time on this beautiful Saturday. It's Saturday afternoon for me. It might be something different for you. But thank you so much for diving in on this Saturday afternoon and listening to some music, dropping by a stream and taking some time out of your day to listen to music, collaborate with people, network with people, so on and so on. Please do not spam the chat. I'm going to go ahead. If you're just doing that, I'll go ahead and mute you. I don't even care. That's crazy. If you drop 15 times the same thing in the chat, that's just obnoxious. I don't care if that's typical in other live streams. It's wild. But anyways, if you've never been here before, welcome to Track Talk. Welcome to the live stream. Welcome to the family. I'm glad y'all are here. Thank y'all so much for joining. If you have never been to the Track Talk live stream before, let me explain a couple things. There are 2 lanes that you can submit to. God, for y'all saying Juice WRLD, and I gotta know. Like, are y'all? I'm not even like that mad. I'm like, what? Are you just breezing past everything? Hop count, welcome in. For people saying Taylor Swift and Ariana Grande and MF Doom and Juice WRLD and whatever, like, are we just ignoring completely? I'm so confused. What else could I say? What else could I put there? What else should I? Well, if there's literally something better I can put there that's more direct, what am I missing? Because I say it in 3. Focus the second. Welcome in. I see you. Thanks for tapping in. I don't know what I'm missing. I try to say it like 4 different places through the links and stuff like that, and it's just crazy. Anyways, I'm going to try to get through my spiel here, y'all, so we can start listening to some music. But there are 2 lanes. Thanks for the heartbeat. There are 2 lanes that you can submit into. There is a free line. That free line, we will play up to 2 minutes of your song. In that free line, up to 2 minutes of your song, and we'll give a quick note. That's it. Those are short and sweet. They're very, very concise, right? Up to 2 minutes of the song, quick note on the mix, structure, whatever it may be. We then have the consultation line. The consultation line is kind of the bulk of what we do here. Those are not quick reviews. Those are 20 to 30 minute multiple listen deep dives into the structure of your music. Those are long form consultations, 2 to 3 different times through the structure of your song to dive into the mix and master, production elements, sound design choices, lyric and song formatting, so on and so on. Like I said, those are not quick reviews. There's no trash or pass ratings or polls attributed to those songs. They're long form, they're detailed in order to get into the nuances and the details of what you're doing both practically and creatively within the structure of your music. For those of you who don't know, my name is Torvik. I'm a full-time audio engineer, producer, and session musician. That is what I do for a living. I've done that for the last 14 plus years. I'm also a classically trained pianist, so a lot of the structure and the perspective of the live stream is pointed in that direction. Like I said, I'm not here to roast you or trash you or quickly review it. I'm not here to tear you down. I'm not here to hype you up. I'm not here to give you exposure. If that happens, if the algorithm is fun and you get lots of eyes and ears on what you're doing creatively, fantastic. It's just not my priority. It's not the way that we've structured the stream. The structure of the stream is to offer as much specific, professional, and actionable feedback on the structure of your music as we have the capacity to. That's what it is all about here. That's what it's all about here at Track Talk. So if you would like to submit your music, if you're on TikTok, we're on 3 different platforms right now. We're on Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok. If you're on TikTok, you're going to go to my profile, go to the link, and you'll see the link in my bio there. You'll click on that link. You'll see a tab that says submit your music. Also see the queue. That is where you will go to submit for either the free line or the consultation line. That is also where you can see the queue, the line, the orders, where you're at, decide if you want to go faster or skip or anything like that. It is all there at that link. So if you would like to submit your music, if you are on TikTok, it is at the link in my bio. Laser, you do not run the stream. Thank you for the follow. You don't run the stream. I start when I want to start. Okay, I start when I'm ready to start and when I'm deciding to get into the music. If you want to go faster, start a stream that goes faster. I'm trying to explain things to everybody, make sure everyone knows where to go. They know exactly what we do in the structure of the live stream. And after that, no, you're good. You're good. People are very demanding when they're not the ones running it. Thank you, Tia, for the rose. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you for the love. Okay, so again, if you're on TikTok, go to the link in my bio, and you'll see all of the details right there. If you are on Twitch and you would like to submit your music, also known as the purple app on here sometimes when we're trying to be secretive on TikTok, you can type !submit, and the link will present itself to you. If you are on the red app or YouTube, you can go to the description for the live stream, and you will also see the same link there. It is all the same link. It all goes to the same place, to the same process, so you can submit your music, see where you're at in line, and skip, and whatever you want to do right there. That's kind of what the whole structure is. Okay. Let's get into it. Jonah Walker, thank you for tapping in over on Twitch. I see you. Thank you for it. That's a good thing to point out. Absolutely any genre, any style, any language, any level of quality or preparedness. There's no bias here on like one genre of music. You're going to hear everything from trap beats to metal artists to progressive pop stuff to EDM and house and country and whatever else and opera. It's all over the place. There's a lot of, we go into such depth on the consultation side that it's really not focused on, do I just like your song or not? Am I just like hyped about what you're doing? It's really about those details and kind of the structure of what you're doing. So for that reason, we get a lot of variety here. It's not biased. Sometimes what happens though, is like someone sends in a metal song and then metal artists on the outside are like, oh, I'd make metal too. And then they send it in and we get 3 metal tracks back to back. But that's just random, right? That just depends on who submits and who the algorithm sends us to, so on and so on. But that is the structure here. I submitted for the free queue, but would I get a consultation? And then you would just pay for the consultation side. So you can just skip out of that if you want to. People do all the time. There's no pressure to. But if you want to go from a 2-minute listen to a 20 to 30 minute breakdown, really dive into the mix, production, stuff like that, then you can literally just go to your song and add to it there. Just go to it and you can skip to whatever tier. It doesn't matter. You can always move around too, y'all. Like I said, I don't necessarily care if you do that. There's no pressure to. That's up to you if you want to go faster or get heard sooner, whatever it is, or whatever reason you would have behind doing it. But that's what that's for. So you can go to whatever tier. The tier is just different payment options. I just call them tiers. I don't know if that's the best term for it, but that's just what it is. But you can always add to it. You can always go faster. You can always skip ahead of people. That's completely up to y'all. Let me see. Let me just make make sure I'm good. I switched from TikTok to Twitch. Do you read both chats? This is Liz. Absolutely, I do, Liz. I do my best too. Now, I will say sometimes the quality is better on Twitch and YouTube, but at the same time, over on Twitch and YouTube, occasionally there's like a 7-8 second delay. So sometimes it takes a little while for me to read it, and then it takes a little while for you to respond, so on and so on. And the queue is at the link in my bio. So if you go to the submission form, at the submission form, you'll see everything that you need right there. How many people are online right now? We got about 32 people online, and we're about to get into our first song. Lines get crazy here. That's just the way this live is, the way that it works. We listen to a lot of music. We spend a lot of time on the music, and we offer a bunch of value. So that is, it's always going to be a little bit of a deep queue here. So that's why I say it's always up to y'all if you decide that you want to go faster, so on and so on. Once again, link in my bio over on TikTok, where I know the majority of y'all are. You'll see where you need to submit and where the queue is. But let's get started with some music. Let's run it. Let's run it. The song I'm requested isn't a popular artist. Is that fine? That is the priority. That's why it says no popular artist. You're right on track. Truly, you're exactly where you need to be. Then, Libby, thank you for the heartbeat. I appreciate y'all so much. Yeah, end up the live. Okay, Lil Kid, let me know when it was. It was the last live. Let me know what the name was, and I'll pull you up, and I'll actually skip you past. That's what we always do. If we ever have to save your song from a live and you don't get played, I will, if you're on the consultation side, I will always save it for the next one, as well as boost it forward. That way I can make sure that you're getting a little bit extra anytime that you happen to not get heard. Okay, let me double check a few things. I do want to make sure that I get you where you need to be in line. So let me know, Lil Kid. Let me know, is that what is it? Yeah, Lil Kid Productions. Let me know what the name was. You said it was Last Live, which was yesterday, or was it yesterday or no? No, 2 days ago. August 13th, that's the 15th. Yeah, there we go. Let's see. Let me open up that session really quick. Aganan. Oh, yeah. You submitted 10, right? You submitted 10? I got you. Jaden Fox, thank you for the follow. All of y'all that have followed. I've seen a couple follows. I know I've missed. I'm so sorry. Thank y'all for the follows. I appreciate that a lot. 10? Okay, perfect. Okay, so you're going to have 15 now. Go ahead, Lil Kid. What I want you to do is submit to the free line. Let me know whenever you have. Whenever you have submitted to the free line, and then I will go ahead and boost you to the 15 from there. I appreciate you hopping back in. You'll have 15 when you get on the board instead of 10. And soundbetter.com, legit to find one? Sure. Yeah, I mean, it all just depends on you being able to like hear what people do and see their reviews and stuff, like, you know what I mean? Like, see if people sounds good, Em. Sounds good. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of places. You can look on Fiverr, you can look on SoundBetter, you can look on there's a couple other sites out there that do engineering and like host engineers as services on sites and stuff like that. But you can also just like find people in here, find music that you like on here, like search your genre on here. Yeah, review, like, look, do people enjoy working with them? Is the product good? And then same thing on here, man. Same thing on here. Like, submit, like, yeah, 100%. We just hopped on, Lil Kid. We just hopped on. Peter Gomez in the building. What's up, Peter? Good to see you, man. Yeah, I mean, also on TikTok, like, just find music. So, like, let's say you do jazz fusion, right, or something like that, right? You make that style of music. Look on TikTok for that. Find some people that are like, oh, they sound good. Find 10 artists or bands or whatever that are working in that space that sound pretty good. And that you're like, okay, maybe they don't have 200,000 followers or whatever. Maybe they have 800 followers, 1,500 followers, 6,000 followers. And see if they're self-engineering or hiring an engineer, and reach out to them and say, like, hey, I kind of do a similar space. I'm trying to get some reasonable mixes to get my music out there as well. Do you also do this for other people for a price? And also reach out to other people. Some of them will self-engineer, but like, yeah, dude, I'll mix your song for $150. Just send me the stems, send me the multi-track. And then other people will be like, hey, we're maybe they don't have a lot of followers, but they're still hiring out some guy in Nashville for $800, $1,000 for their record, and doing a little bit more. But just find people. That's how half the people have found me in my business is people just they find me through social media, through posts, through other people that I've worked with. There's word of mouth of like, I worked with a band or an artist, and that they told another band and another artist, and word gets out, in that way. And that's how a lot of people have found me in my business too. So, I think if you're looking for someone, just cold reach out. And there's nothing wrong with that. Reach out and just be like, hey, I like the way y'all's music sound. Are your mixes $1,000 or $100? You don't ask that question necessarily, but just ask. Just shoot it. Be like, and if they say, yeah, we mix for about $800, or we work with a guy out of Atlanta or Nashville or whatever, and they're about $900 or something like that. Be like, thank you so much. I appreciate the details, man. And then you move on, right? Mouth to mouth, most reliable. 100%, 100%. Mouth to mouth sounded crazy for a second, but you're very correct. Mouth to mouth is definitely the most efficient way because there's built-in credibility and trust, right? Like when I work with someone that and they feel like I did a good job on their record, like tracking synths or something like that, and then someone else is like, "Dude, I love the synths on your beat or your track or whatever it may be," and they're like, "Who did you do your synths?" Like, "No, Torvik did the synths on that track," and then they reach out to me and they're like, "Hey, you did so-and-so's synths on their track. I would love to hire you on this. I have an album coming out in a couple months. Give me a couple weeks to get some funds in order and I would love to hire you." Like that happens all the time, constantly, all the time. So that's the stuff. That's the stuff. Just build connections, reach out to people. Don't wait for it to fall in your place. The other thing with a lot of these websites, Fiverr, and I don't know much about SoundBet. I know its existence, but I don't know a ton about what their process is, but a lot of them take percentages too, sometimes large percentages. Typically on Fiverr is about 20 to 25%, I believe, starting at least 20% on Fiverr. I used to do some random like sync stuff on there where people would like hire me to like do some like blast projects for them when they're like in a time crunch and they just like hire me to like, "Hey, I need this done really quickly." And so I used to do some stuff on there occasionally. It wasn't very often, but they would take about 20%. So if someone hires you for a $500 production or something like that, they were taking 100 of that, right? And that's not a whole lot of fun. That's not a whole lot of fun. And it is very rough with AI right now. If you're paying $500, you don't want to get someone who spat something out in 20 minutes, waited 3 days to make it seem real, and then shot it out to you. Has happened more times than you know. I know many people have gotten ripped off on Fiverr because of that. So you do have to watch out for things like that. But at the end of the day, hopefully Fiverr gets you back too. Most of the time, they're pretty good about walking things back and be like, "Yeah, we had to ban their account. This is in place. This is in place." They have a decent amount of protections. Jack, thank you for the rose. I appreciate it. Have you ever heard it where you? Yeah. I mean, people have come in here and be like, "Oh yeah, I just hired this. I hired an engineer." Like they play the song here in the live, and I'm like, and they're like, and like I know it, dude. Facts. You know, I got you, man. Someone was there's people that have sent in here. We've heard it before where they send in a song. They're super excited about it. I'm like, "Hey, I don't even care if you're mad or happy about this. Like that's up for you to decide, but I'm just letting you know your whole track's AI now." And I know them as musicians. So like, I know what they've done. Like I know the structure of their music. I know what it sounds like to hear their productions and like them playing acoustic guitar. And then randomly they get a mix from someone and their whole song is regenerated in AI. And I'm like, "Hey, just let you know, you don't have to be mad or happy about it. That depends on your perspective on doing that." But that is that's where it's fun. Okay, we got to get into some music, y'all. We're not messing around. We got Temple of the Blind by Shane. Shane is Paulus in the building. That's Shane Paul right here in the chat. Full session, no plugins or stems. My stems would be basically track stack. Yeah, we'll talk about it because it kind of depends. It kind of depends on how much you've dug into each of those layers right there. Sometimes I prefer for people to send me stuff that's already where they want it. So I'm just mixing, right? And I'm not making crazy creative choices for them or restructuring production for them because that's just not what I'm being hired to do. And also just I'm shifting the energy of the song away from where, the source is, right? Away from where the client originally wanted it. So sometimes I want you to like send me actual groups, actual stems of like, here's my BGVs, here's my guitars, here's my drums, here's my whatever, and get that really in line. And then other times, depending on the song, depending on the layering and how much there is and stuff like that, I might have people send me like individual like dry track outs, right? Like dry multi-track where it's like, here's a raw vocal, I'll tune it for them. But that really depends on what the song is. Is this 12 tracks or is this 140 with like a gospel choir in the background and a huge production, right? It's going to be very different each time. Thank y'all for the shares and the follows. I appreciate it. What do you charge for mixing? Depends on the kind of what I was saying. Depends on the project. Shoot me a message, man. Shoot me a DM either here on Instagram, prefer Instagram, but shoot me a message. I'll do my best working through my ADHD to get back to you at a very reasonable time, as much as I possibly can. But yeah, shoot me a message. It just depends. It's a couple $100 at least. So keep that in mind. They're not like $150. I would say that base range, depending on if it's like a 2-track with a couple stacks, is going to be probably around $300, and then it can go up from there depending again. Is there a gospel choir? Are we working with like live drums and room mics and there's 15 mics there? Are we working with quad track guitars? Are we working with, 4 different artists we got to mix into it? That's going to be some of the variation that kind of determines pricing based on kind of what's going on there. Okay. Let's get into music. This is Shane Paul in the building, Temple of the Blind. Let's dive in. Once again, if you want to submit, it's at the link in my bio. Let's get into it. I've heard the song before. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. I've heard the song before, so we're going to dive into some updates. Shane, you know the deal better than most. Talk to me about what is updated, what's happening in this track, and kind of where we're at. Fosking, thank you so much. I appreciate it. And then Fosking, I don't know if you heard before when I was mentioning it, but if you're wanting to submit your music, it is at the description of the live stream over on YouTube. Let's run it. Mm-hmm.
Your words fall heavy when you talk like that.
Cool.
You seem so steady in your art of fights. Yeah, you built this stage with your good intentions, but you fell in love with your own reflection.
Nice.
And your words fall heavy when you talk like that.
What's up, Sammy? Welcome in, man.
Dress up the lies and pretty white. We dance around the temple of the blind, and those flashing lights can never hide.
Tampering adds a ton. That's new, right?
Just behind the hunger in your eyes.
Yeah, that chromatic walk down.
Your Bible with your pious hero.
Yeah, any style, Foss. Any style.
Yeah, the truth stays silent in your highlight reel.
Ooh, that's nice.
Dress up the lies in pretty white. We dance around the temple of the blind, and those flashing lights.
This is a huge improvement, man. Huge improvement.
Just behind the hunger in your eyes, yeah.
Don't spam the chat. It's at the link in my bio if you want to submit. Way better. Let's go. Yo, show some love. Show some Hop. Can I see your submission too? Welcome in. Yeah, absolutely any genre, y'all. Any level of quality, any level of preparedness, language doesn't matter to me. But man, show some love. That is Shane Paul right here in the chat. Please show him some love and support. They're over on TikTok. Let's dive into it, man. Already a huge difference in just vibrancy, energy, width, openness, like opening up to the crash like an 18 kind of on the last is a huge shift in energy. Adding in the tambourine on the hook is a massive shift, right? Just all these little textures, thanks for the follow, all these different textures that we've added in now to the hook, dramatically different. Dramatically different. So let's get into it, man. Yeah, I love house music, man. I'm working with a really cool house producer right now. I'm tracking vocals for them. Hopefully going to be a song. We already have some major libraries and stuff looking at it. So I love house. I love working in house. It's a fun genre. Recording tomorrow for something new. Can't wait for you to hear it. Let's go, Erica. It's good to see you in here as well. I appreciate you tapping in, and thank y'all for the follows. Thank you so much for tapping in. But let's get into it, man. Shane Paul in the building. Let's run it. Thanks for the help time. I appreciate you, man. The ride is open. We are split open to a crash right there as well. Obviously, moving to the tambourines over the hook. Dramatically different level of texture. It's a mix of UK garage and USA hip hop. So 100% DJ. If you're on Twitch, type !submit. I want to do a pop song, but I don't know how to make pop beats. So much of pop beats has to do with sound selection. So much. I do a lot of pop beats, so like pop production, like custom production, stuff like that. It's so much of it has to do with sound selection, right? You could what you could probably do is like make a hip hop beat and just switch out all of the sound design and like put a Juno synth over it, and you probably have a pop song. Like so much of pop has to do with sound selection. selection. A lot of it borrows, especially a lot of modern pop, borrows from other genres. It's borrowing from R&B sound design. It's borrowing from, hip hop and stuff like that. It's borrowing from 80s, synth pop and stuff like that. There's a lot of like push and pull with that. So if you're used to just use good pop sounds. Yeah, they can be. I mean, again, there's always some nuance to it because people could say the same about, trap beats and stuff like that they're like overly simplistic in a lot of ways, but it also just depends on the structure itself, right? You can make simple or really dynamic and really complex in any genre, right? You can make a really simple trap beat. You could also do something that's like produced by Mike Dean that has a bunch of vintage synths on it, 3 different key changes and like modulations. Like you could always do some interesting stuff, right? It really just depends on your approach to the song and what serves the song. That's gonna be different song to song. Okay, let's get it. Let's run it from the top. Temple of the Blind. I still want early on here. I still want more of a double to openness here. As far as this like double goes, we have a great stereo pop, right? We have this great stereo pop that's happening with the acoustic guitar and the chorusing that's right there. Maybe the double that's happening. I still would love a more distinct. One element's here, one element comes in to kind of mirror it and double it up a little bit more in this first section of the song. I would love to feel a little bit more energy behind that if you're adding in like a distorted acoustic or the electric lick on the right side. So just keep that in mind. That's just my perspective on it. So it kind of depends on how you want to format that. But I do want to feel that jump. I want to feel that like single track on the acoustic that's then amplified by a double, and it feels very distinct. It feels very intentional the way that opens up in the mix. Okay, let's run it from the top. Let's run it from the top. Drizzy, I got you. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. Because this right now is, and again, this is, I put an electro over it too, but the acoustic and the electro are both double tracked. I would, that's fine. That's fine. You're not getting the jump and energy because probably because they're both double tracked. And so you're getting this big push no matter what, right? So the acoustic is starting double tracked and it's already in stereo. You're already getting that kind of hyper width out of it. Everything's kind of open up to the outside. And then we're adding an electric guitar to give it a little bit of overdrive and a little bit of texture in there. And then that's coming in, but it's very, very, very subtle. It's more of a textural thing than it is really, really opening it up. What might be the better decision is even if you still want to double track, you can. I don't know if that's necessary, specifically necessary. What I would maybe do is keep maybe a single track and then add in the double on the electric, or to kind of maybe, bump this a little bit, you have a single track of the electric over here, and then halfway through the intro, you add the double track. I'm sorry, let me rephrase. Yeah, I'd rather simplify. Let me back it up a second. Start with single track acoustic guitar, left side, maybe still chorused and, whatever. Single track acoustic over here. We then add the double of the acoustic with the electric over here. So we go from single acoustic in mono, a little bit more shrunk and a little bit more collapsed as far as like its image goes. And then we add in double track acoustic with electric. So the whole signal immediately goes from like over to the left, biased one side, a little bit smaller of a signal, into a like doubled wide and overdriven signal that just feels like there's more going on. Feels like there's more energy to it, right? The more that you just like play with some of the energy here and get a little bit more specific with how you approach it, that's something obviously you can figure out creatively, but I would definitely lean into that to make sure that we're really adding and taking away elements here that matter in the mix. I want the distinctiveness, 100%. If they're both doubled and then we add another double, you're just getting a slightly louder, slightly overdriven second signal, but we're not necessarily getting this like dramatic opening up of the signal where all of a sudden the song is like wide and super energetic. I ever made my song. The fact that it's just for fun. Yeah, 100%. If you want to submit, it's at the link in my bio. Can I ask for it in your atmosphere, please? Yeah, if you want to submit, link in my bio. I'm a lead singer of a band. The rest are picky. Yeah, I hear that. All right, let's get it. Let's get it from the top here. And then if all of a sudden, and that feels like a distinct second layer, 2 bars into the 4 bars, and that feels like specifically really, really sharp. I put it's good. Hey, sounds good. Sounds good. I appreciate y'all so much. And Hop Count, I see you as well. Thank you so much for the submission, man. I appreciate it.
Already when you talk like that.
I really like your lead vocal on this. Your lead vocal it's very distinct. It's got a good saturation to it. It's got texture. It's got color. I like a little bit of the processing in the background. That's a good balance right there. I don't mind that one bit. If that is layered over a really clean, really open double track, like we're talking about acoustic to electric, you're gonna be ready to go. That sounds great. It's a good lead vocal on this.
You seem so steady in your artifacts. Yeah, you built this stage with your good intentions.
We're not listening to John Mayer.
Your own reflection and your words fall heavy when you talk like that.
Especially in this, in this breakdown right here, when you're going through some of the chromatic walks and then shifting down, leading into the hook right away, having an overdriven like palm mute on the right side, that's also going to support that build up better than where I'm still kind of only hearing acoustic and it's not really supported by anything else outside of the drums starting to build up here. Having a little bit more of like a palm mute, a little bit more overdrive, and a little bit more openness on the right side, I do think that's going to support this build up going into your first hook a little bit better.
Dress up the line.
Little timing stuff. Your background vocals are coming earlier than the lead sometimes. Now, I love the lead. I love the format of the vocals. I love that there's some gang vocals and all that energy. They're beautiful. Fantastic. Keep all of that there. Some of your like early, like these almost like early reflections are like coming in first. And so you're hearing some backgrounds before you even like get the lead of the vocal. Make sure your lead vocal supports all of that. And then you're moving maybe just a couple 10, 20 milliseconds forward on all of your BGVs so that they realign with that vocal structure again. Just so they're not kind of eating into the song early on and we're getting like this reflection first and then lead vocal comes in. It's very subtle, but it'll help kind of open it up a little bit more.
And pretty white.
Got you, Liz. Appreciate you. And you asked before, you were talking about like the swing on the tambourine versus the swing of the production, because there is just a hair north of the pocket swing on most of the percussion and some of the rhythms of the guitars. I don't mind it. I think it works well. If you find that it feels rushed to you, find that it's making the song more energetic when you want it to feel more chill, just take those tambourines and move them back in the pocket by a handful of milliseconds, nudge it by 10 milliseconds until it sounds where you want it to be. So that way you're offering you're getting a little bit more of that swing out of the tams as well, as opposed to it, it feeling, I thought it helped accentuate 100%. Yeah, I really don't mind it. If it's a little bit more rigid, but it's moved out a little bit, it'll help support some of the accents on the hats and stuff. I don't mind it.
Eyes can never hide the Pharaoh king and just behind the hunger in your eyes.
And then here, sharp on the electric, right? Like this is, in this moment of the song, we should really be leaning into the intensity of that riff. It's a great riff. Fiber, thank you for the heart. Me, good to see you in here. It's such a great riff. It's distinct. It's catchy. It's a great instrumental hook, balanced with that vocal hook. It's awesome. Structurally, the song is great. It's a really good song structure. With that right there, I want to go back into like a strong overdriven, especially on the right side, strong overdriven paired with acoustic riff that feels super sharp, super punchy. So make sure that that's also accented just like the intro is. Mm-hmm.
So thump your Bible with your pious heel. Yeah, the truth stays silent in your highlight reel.
Love that. That's beautiful. Fancy. Lock all of that in. That's so good.
Dress up the lights in pretty white. We dance around the temple of the blind, and those flashing lights can never hide the Pharaoh canine just behind the hunger in your eyes. Yeah.
Tom's here, super, super quiet. Again, I get a lot of the context of what you're doing with the drums here. We've talked more about drums in the past too, right? The toms though, like your toms just through the VST or how you're tracking in MIDI, so on and so on, is super, super far into the background. So push those forward by like 4 or 5, especially if you're going to do, I don't think you necessarily need to saturate them specifically. They just need to be louder by like 4 or 5 dB. Because as soon as this like break happens and then we give this, right? It's like really, really quiet in the background. That should be a really powerful, like impactful transition in the song to this next section right there. Also have that message if you want retrack. Oh, okay, got you. I was like, hold on. I was like, retracks here. Let me see. But yeah, not necessarily saturation, unless you want that stylistically. Like, unless you want the harmonics, you want the distortion, sure. But mainly for me, it's just loudness. They're just pretty quiet in the background. Couple dB. I love the fuzz. I love the texture there. Awesome. Push it forward. Again, 2-3 dB. Get your supportive elements in this production. They might need some automation back and forth, right? I don't mind the lead. Here's the thing, like sometimes nasty's better. Sometimes like fuzzier, detuned, you know what I mean? Like think of some like earlier Strokes records and stuff like that. I want to do something simple but weird. Yeah, I don't mind it. I really don't mind it. This is, of all of the things in this song, I don't necessarily feel like this guitar is like a weak point of it. I really like it. It's kind of nasty. It's kind of fuzzy. It's kind of grimy. I appreciate that. That to me makes it feel you, and not because of those factors, right? But like that to me feels very much you. This sounds vanilla to me though. I don't mind it. I mean, unless again, if you want to do something different to it, right? If you have a vision and that vision is not what's reflected in the mix, do what you see as your vision. I like what I'm hearing, but not the lead lines itself. Okay, I got you. It's a little pentatonic minor. Nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. Like it's a little strict on its structure. Like it does feel very, pentatonic minor movement. That's not bad. I mean, it's perfectly fine. If you want to, what I think would be good here is have more of like a lick, have more of a thing that you do that's specific more than you have like just a solo. Obviously that's up to you, right? I'm not here to tell you what to do creatively, but what I would like to hear would be more of a like specific lick that like kind of repeats itself or feels more specific than just soloing, but then you're feeling like the solo's not that strong. If you come up with a lick, again, same thing to something the Strokes do all the time that I think is especially their earlier stuff, is like it's really key, where it feels really locked in, it feels really specific and really strict. It's a riff in a solo format more than it is you just trying to do whatever comes to mind. And it feels a little bit more rigid, but it also makes it really clean. Yeah, I think that'll be good. Music Records, good to see you. Thanks for tapping in, right? So let me back this up here. Know what I mean? And you just have a dun dun, like maybe it bends dun 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 dun, and then you go into the next section of the song after that. But you get the idea, right? Where it's more repeated, it's more structural. I don't want classic rock creeping into my stuff. Yeah, so find a way to compartmentalize it a little bit more and keep it a little bit more strict. Think of it as a lead riff more than I'm already raging against enough Machines facts. Like I think if you keep it a little bit more in line and a little bit more controlled, even though that might feel restrictive, it'll probably be more palatable to people. So that's kind of where you can look for something like that. All right, let's push forward a little bit. Jenna's in the building. What's up, Jenna? I love all of this, by the way. Gang vocals are great. Energy behind that is great. I'm a fan. I like it. Holistically over the structure of the mix here, it gets a little bit loud, 1500, 2K hertz. Just look in that range. It's a little bit ringy right in there. I think once all the guitars, all the gang vocals, all of the drums, everything's in there. So look on the master side, look in some of your auxes and kind of see what might be poking its ugly head up a little bit right there and rearing into the mix. There's just a couple little lines in there where it builds up some energy in the mids once all elements are in the mix. Verses, you don't hear it as much, but I think it's maybe when we open up cymbals with the double track guitars, which is like almost quad with the electrics, so on and so on. So keep your eyes on that and see if there's not some moments between like 1,000, 2,000, 2,500 hertz in that pocket right there where some stuff is spiking a little bit, and see if you can't maybe tight cue in and remove some of that energy just barely. Retrack, thanks for the heart, me man.
Dress up
This hook sounds great though, man. I mean, this is energetic. It's vibrant. Like, again, there's some ways we can polish it. There's some ringing in there. We can mitigate a little bit so this feels easier and softer to listen to. But it's a really powerful, really energetic, really well formatted song. I really like the dynamics of it. I really like the energy of it. So it's little elements of polish to make sure the guitars pop when they need to make sure there's no like mud and ringing and like resonance. It just feels nasty to listen to, nothing abrasive. But the overall structure of the song itself, I'm a fan. It sounds good, man.
We dance around the temple of the blind, and those flashing lights can never hide. The Pharaoh came and just behind the hunger in your eyes.
Crank that. Guitar should be heavy here. So like acoustic is a great foundation to it. But now that we're post-hook, climax of the song, last breakdown, yes, guitar should be like acoustics should be loud, but electric guitar support here should be like non-negotiable, right? It should be loud. It should be noisy. Dun, 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 dun. Like it should be crazy sounding right there. Definitely increase some tension and overdrive and stuff like that behind guitars to support this outro. Acoustics are fine. They're doing what they're supposed to do in the mix here. Definitely want more electric. I definitely want more distortion there, more overdrive to support this outro, and then I think you'll be good to go. Beautiful. Y'all show some love to Shane Paul. I don't think you're far off, man. I don't think you're far off. Incomplete's in the building. What's up, Incomplete? Welcome in. Thank you so much for tapping in. I appreciate you joining. But please show some love to Shane Paul. Dude, of course, man. I'm psyched for you. Let's keep it going. We got more music to get to. Thank y'all so much for tapping in today. I appreciate the love and support. Let's keep it rolling with some more amazing music. But shout out to Shane Paul in the building. He's got music. Go check it out. Go follow his page. Support what he's doing. That's the family right there. So definitely show him some love and support. We got Hop Count in the building. If you want to submit your music, if you're on TikTok, it's at the link in my bio. Keep in mind, this is not for popular artists. So this is not for artists this is for you. And who's popular is something, people ask all the time. Is like, is Sleep Token popular? I'm like, yes, of course. Like, this is for you. This is for your music. So if you make music, you're an artist, you're a producer, you're a session musician, you're an engineer, you're a label, you're a manager, you're an agent, you're a songwriter, vocalist. If you're connected to music in some capacity and you are attached to it and you want to send it in, that's what this is all about. We're in the consultations right now. We will dip into the free line here in just a moment to pull some people from there. But if you would like to submit your music for the consultations like we're doing right now, that is all at the link in my bio. Thank you, Azrin. I appreciate you a lot. I do as well. Thank you for tapping in. Let's get into it. We got Hop Count in the building. I've heard Hop Count once before, and it was fantastic to listen to. I thought it was just musicians in general. No, you're totally good. Yeah, this is, if you make music, if you are attached to me, like we're talking about your music, not popular artists. So if you make music or are connected to music in some sense, then this is for you. That's what the whole live is structured around. That's what these consultations are structured around, offering tools and tips and advice and actionable feedback to help you do what you're doing, or, show some love and really praise what you're doing as well, especially if you're already very, very prolific in what you're doing. All right, let's get into it. We got Hop Count. This is called Everything. It is out on Spotify. It's out on platforms. So please show some love. Go stream it, go like it, go add it to your playlist. Hope folks like drum and bass. They do. If they don't, they do now. All right, hold on. It's pulling up on Spotify. But yeah, it's out on all platforms. So go stream it, go like it, go add it to your playlist. Go show some love and support. Anne's in the building. What's up, Anne? Welcome in. All right, this is Everything by Hop Count. Let's go. And Hop Count, I've heard your music before, of course, one time before. Definitely let me know and let the people know the role that you play in this. I heard your last song, of course, but let people know so they can support what you're doing specifically, hire you, whatever it may be. Definitely let them know what you do within the structure of your music. But this is Everything by Hop Count. Let's get it. I already like the mix. It's heavy and still distinct and separated.
I'm falling for you deep. I'm losing my mind. But you don't wanna see me. You're playing for time. I'm falling for you deep. I'm losing my mind. But you don't wanna see me.
It's gritty. There's a lot of texture.
For time. No, I ain't no side. I'm bringing you everything you need in your life.
really quick, I'm going to stop it. I'm so sorry. We're going to back it up. We're going to go back into it. Don't worry about it. Let me know if you were wanting to send one. Okay, let me know which one. That's why I wanted to ask, because I know you sent this one last time, already released already. Let me know. Dude, it's so good. Go stream it. Let me know which one, Hop Count, because I know this is the same one. I know it's the same one because I freaked out for 45 minutes on the way that you programmed your portamentos. So it's locked into my memory. I was like, dude, let's talk about your portamentos, man. It was so good. So let me know which one you want. If you like the first 25 seconds that you just heard, please go stream Everything by Hop Count. Please go stream it. It's phenomenal. It's so good. I love every single thing about it. Go stream it. But we're going to switch to a different song because they didn't mean to send that one. Let me know which one. Let me know which one you were wanting me. We have Coming Back, Stars Don't Shine, so on and so on. If y'all want to submit, it's at the link in my bio. I'm just, if it's on Spotify, let me know. I have your Spotify pulled up right now. Link in my bio, y'all. Don't spam the chat. If you spam the chat, you will get muted. You will get muted. I don't want you to get muted. I do not want that to happen. It's on SoundCloud. Drop it in the free line. Drop it in the free line, Hop Count. I'll give you a second. I was like, man, I love this. I was like, wait, I've heard this before. Which is fine. People send obviously songs and updates and songs, but this one was already out, so I figured it was already ready to go. Yeah, submit it in the free line, and then let me know once you do, Hop, and I'll pull it up. I'll pull it up. No worries at all, man. I got you. But please go stream that song, y'all. Let me see. I'm going to clear this one here really quick too. All right, and then Hop, just let me know. Let me know whenever it is ready to go. There, I got you. Called Risk It All. Beautiful. All right, let me go ahead. I'll play it from right here. Okay, so this is, I'm assuming not out. So this is Hop Count, Risk It All. Give me details on this one. I know I'm sure it's some of the same protocol, the synth serum, stuff like that you're using. You're doing most if not all of this yourself. Not out yet. This is unreleased. It's on SoundCloud. So let's dive into this one. Sorry for the plot twist right there, but let's get into it. This is Risk It All by Hop Count. Let's run it. And then once again, y'all, link in my bio to submit. I still see a lot of people submitting in the chat. Perfect.
You were happy in the moment.
Link in my bio.
Yeah, you know it.
It's time.
But the time is to get away now. And there's so damn much left at stake now.
I like that high sequence.
But for you, I'd risk it all. We wanna pretend that we know it all. But it's only the farthest thing from the truth. Yeah. With all the time that we spent trying to hold it off, well, it's here now and turning me and you. Yeah.
So welcome in.
But for you, I'd risk it all.
so good, man. It's so good. Ridiculous. Automation is fantastic. It's so specific on each form and shift,
I'd risk it all.
each delay tail. Killer, man.
But for you, I'd risk it all. We wanna pretend that we know it all. But it's only the farthest thing from the truth. Yeah. With all of the time that we spent trying to hold it off. Well, it's here now.
I'm ready.
And turning me and you. For you, I'd risk it all.
Amazing. Y'all show some love to Hop Count right here in the chat. Let's dive straight into it. Let's dive straight into it, man. Please show some love. Hop Count, amazing. They have stuff on platforms. Go stream it, go like it, go add it to your playlist, go follow on there, go follow on here, show them some love and support. Just an absolutely fantastic producer. As you can hear, polished, professional, very, very clean. There's literally mix is beautiful. There's a lot of great structure here. Your automation to me is your strong suit. I mean, that seems subtle because it's simple and subtle because it's just a small part of your process. Sound selection is great. Your build outs are great, obviously. But your automation and the intention of your automation is so clean where you'll have a whole vocal line and you'll just formant shift one vocal at the end. Like you'll keep it strict, little alter boy, and then boom, just drop the formant on just like one word at the end, matched with an automated delay tail right at the very end that shifts how the delay hits on each line. It's that little bit of automation, that little bit of just texture and color and intentionality that makes it sound so engaging through the whole song. Is it a K-Man? K-Man, this is a Neumann M147 tube. Neumann M147 tube. I love it. It's a fantastic microphone. I've had it for a couple, maybe four years or so. It's so well done. So I can follow him. I'd like to work with him. Foss King, it is Hop Count. HopCount. They have some stuff on the start of the song you heard earlier. That's on Spotify. So they have some stuff that is out on all platforms, and then some stuff that they're sending unreleased as well. Subtle in music where you might not exactly, and to me, it's those subtleties, it's those little nuances that make it increasingly engaging to listen to. There's one thing I'm curious about that maybe we could switch up a little bit and we could dive into it, just a little bit more. Is this on the second breakdown? I'm kind of curious about. So I'm actually going to chop through something really quick, and then of course do what you will with this, or completely ignore it. That's valid as well. But let's dive into some stuff here. Let's Torvik. It's a 3-minute mile. I did used to run the mile. I still remember my fastest mile. I hated it. I hated it with a passion. But a lot of my track and field was done like long distance because I was running cross country at the time, and I hated it with with a passion before I finally convinced my coach to not make me run long distance and let me do some shorter stuff, like mid-level stuff. Anyway, so it's funny. I don't run a 3-minute mile. I do not. But I did run the mile for a very, 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 very long time, unfortunately. Okay, let's get into it. Risk It All by Hop Count. Let's dive into a couple quick details here. I want to chop through the 2 breakdowns really fast. Let me see. Second. Okay. I think there's another saw layer at the top, right? I think there might be like another stack right there. But this little pocket right here is where I would love to, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. I would love to dig into this a little bit because it does feel, once we've gotten through this whole first section and your second buildup, all of that is like so nuanced and so intricate, right? And then we get into the second breakdown right here. And this is the first time in the whole song that it feels copied over a little bit. It feels a little bit copied over. And I'm curious if there is a way that we could shift the energy here for a moment, even if it's just for like the first 4 counts or first 8 counts or so of this next section right here. Like maybe pulling drums completely, like here. Like build it up like crazy, and then go only synths and bass. Like what if you just went you at risk it all, and then only like lead stack. Dun 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 dun. You know what I mean? Like break it down for just a second, where like just like that bend in the synth happens. So we build up like crazy, massive, right? Like a delay on the ground, exactly. Like delay that drop for like 8 counts or something like that, and just. Dun, 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 boom, and then go crazy right after that. Build it up, more percussion, like actually open up some of the structure right there. That to me is like, I just don't want it to feel looped. I don't want to feel it's like we did, because what I did is like, I went here. Here's the first build up. Here's the second one. It does feel copied, and a lot of it very well can be, right? That's not specifically a negative thing. Victor, welcome in. Good to see you. It doesn't, it's not a negative thing to have some things copied over, but let's mess with it. Let's mess with it a little bit. Like let's throw a wrench in the system for a second so it doesn't feel that way. The brain doesn't tune out at all. A delayed hit going in, open it up just a little bit, and then we can kind of create a little bit more nuance there. Kind of feels like I'm just on repeat. Yeah, I think if we could just throw a wrench in it, right? And just like delay the hit a little bit, maybe add one other like 5th note right over the top. Exactly. 8 counts is enough. 8 counts is enough. Thank you for the follow. Just enough to shift the energy and then come back even stronger. So if there's one other layer of salt that's like a 5th above it, so on and so on. Like we'll shift the energy there a little bit. I'm going to have to go and miss my song. Yeah, you'll never miss it, Ham. You'll never miss it. Anytime that you have to leave, anybody that has to leave, if you have to go eat, sleep, work, anything like that, or I have to get off at the end of the night and you have not been heard before, or you haven't been, your song hasn't been played yet, I will always save it and I will boost you next time. So as an example, actually one of our first artists earlier today was boosted from a previous one, right? So they came in with the 10, we added to theirs and boosted it forward. Same thing, right? So if you leave, feel free to come back tonight if you can. If I'm still on, of course, we can keep it right there in the line. But at the end of the live, like if you sent 10, come back in the next time that we're live, whether it's tomorrow or a week from now, doesn't matter to me. Come back in, submit for free, and then I'll boost you to 15 instead of 10. Like I'll keep moving you forward so you can get a little extra credit on the board. Hopefully get heard a little bit faster as well. To the fair, trying to be the good day. Yeah, I love it. That's amazing. Yeah, you never have to worry about it. So if you're able to come back, awesome. If not, I got you, and we'll boost you a little bit farther next time. Okay, let's start it from the top. Let's dig into a couple things. But hop count, you're so good at what you do, but we're nitpicking here. And so the last thing I want, of course, is just for you to produce such a fabulous song, such an amazing production, and in any sense, people tune out at all. Like that's the or the brain makes it feel less impactful. The brain's like, oh, that's looped, that's new, that's information I've heard before, and it just slowly kind of notches how impactful it feels. Otherwise, man, it's gorgeous. Let's run up from the top. Let's dig into it. Hamburg, I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much for tapping in today. Hopefully we see you very soon. Have fun at the fair too. That's fun. I love all of the filters opening up here. The whole song just morphs.
In the moment.
Beautiful.
Yeah, you know it.
What's up, Alex? Welcome in. Link in my bio if you want to submit.
And there's so damn much left at stake now. But for you, I'd risk it all. We wanna pretend that we know it all. But that's only the farthest thing from the truth. Yeah.
It's hot in here.
All the time that we spend trying to hold it off. We're tearing out and turning me into
Fantastic. All of this is great, man. All of this is so good. It's well mixed. It's well balanced. It's a disgusting sound design. I love it so much. It's so good. All right, let's get into the second breakdown. I know that's some of the focus of it, but overall balancing, sound design choices, energy in the structure, just so good. So let's get into this next section here for the second drop. It's so catchy. Already is 100%. 100%. Yeah, there's always a long life here. This people submit like crazy here, so there's always going to be a fairly long live. So we'll dip into the free line here probably after the next sign. We'll pull a couple people from there, and then of course what a lot of people end up doing is going from the 2-minute spin, which is the free line. The free line's up to 2 minutes of your song, and then just a quick note into the full consultation. The full consultations are 20 to 30 minutes a piece. They're detailed. We go 2 or 3 times through the song, diving into the details of it. So a lot of people end up just getting into that line. So for one, they can maybe get heard a little bit sooner and bypass the 45 people in the free line, so on and so on. But we will dip into the free line occasionally to pull some people out of there.
But for you, I'd risk it all.
Like right there, you at risk it all. Like, and then just the last word. If you hear it, just the last word is automated into a like little Ultra Boy format shift down. You at risk it all, right? Like it has this shift only on that last one. I love that so much. I love it. And then again, this is what I was talking about before we even started the song again, but it's just shifting that, automating delays just there, right? So like shifting the format shift and having that like H delay filtered delay right there at the end. It's just little nuances like that make it feel so clean and polished and like very, very well established. It's really, really nice to listen to. Everything feels like sharp and intentional. Like all of this is on purpose. Nothing's like, I guess this happens in the song. I guess that delay will just go. It's like, no. Exactly how long, like when that delay kicks in, how long that delay tails, how many repeats it has. All of that is super sharp and super polished and intentional. I love that, man. 70th steps to this one, yeah.
But for you, I'd risk it all.
Feels like it. Because you're finding a balance between these delay tails and how long these reverbs are and how much like reflection there is, and making sure that it doesn't interrupt anything. So you have this high like D minor, right? You know, over the course of it, right? Right, you have that high melody over the top that's kind of in the background, and you don't want the delays to swallow that, right? You don't want your reverb to disguise that too much. So you have enough reverb to set it into space, right? There's enough like delay to like hear that energy and kind of have these natural buildups, but you let them die soon enough that you don't miss out on the D minor like trill that you have at the top right there. And like it's those little elements of intentionality that to me are what make this good. You could just let it delay for like 12 seconds, that'd be fine, right? You could just bury that lead in the background, but because you want both to communicate and like play back and forth, you do enough automation and enough just strategy as far as like when certain things tail and when they fade back in to keep this really, really open. Man, it's just good. It's well structured. Feels very professional. Thank you for the follow, Aaron. I appreciate it.
But for you, I'd risk it all. We wanna pretend that we know it all. But that's only the farthest thing from the truth.
It's a killer vocal. That's cool.
All of the time that we spend trying to hold it all. Well, it's here now, and it's hurting me and you. For you, I'd risk it all.
We delay that 8 counts, dun dun dun, and you know what I would do just to toss these ideas out there, right? Is what are your thoughts on the word all ending on the major 7th? Risk it all. Got some ideas already about it. On like the last line leading into it. Let me hear it again real quick.
The truth, yeah. All of the time that we spend trying to hold it off. Well, it's here now, and it's hurting me and you. For you, I'd risk it all. We know.
Hold on.
We wanna pretend that we know it all. But it's only the farthest thing from the truth, yeah. All of the time that we spend trying to hold it off. Well, it's here now.
So not in this breakdown here? After this? After this a little bit? I'm sure I'll hear it.
It's hurting me and you. For you, I'd risk it all.
Oh yeah, risk it all. Yeah, I love that. I love that. I didn't even like notice that. To me, that's like very, very much a part of the production there. Love it. Locked in. Yeah. For me, I love the shift back and forth. Really, really, really beautifully done. I love it so much. The shift from the da 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 to the da da da, right? The shift back and forth between the two. Perfect. Love it. Big fan. It's so much a part of what I'm listening to that it didn't even like stand out to me that it was a secondary part or a change in the melody. It's super clean. Super clean. I love it. Okay, last little thing that I think would be interesting. Last little thing I think would be interesting right here would be what if you automate, depending on what is the core. If this is like a serum stack of synths that you have right here.
For you, it's only respect. For you, I'd risk it all.
What could be really cool right here is on the dun 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 dun. If you automate up, you might have to change because right now, if I'm hearing correctly, you're actually bouncing between a couple different synths, right? You have like a big cinematic stab, so you have like bum 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 bum, right? It's back and forth between a couple things. I don't know how you would want to format this if you do it all. What I think would be cool, obviously, in order to really integrate more of the portamento, you'd need the starting chord on the same synth so that it shifts between those chords, right? So you have one here and then dun 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 dun, right? I would love to like open up the automation on that as well to have. Thank you for the follows, y'all. To open up not only the portamento, glide right there. But also make it even slower. Like maybe if you do have any glide right there, you actually automate it a little bit higher. So when most of the song is bum, 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 little portamento bends, but most of it's fairly staccato and really on the nose, to only in this little section, when you delay the introduction of the drums and the bass again, you have this dun, 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 right? It's like really bendy and gross, right? Like dun, 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 dun. Everything kind of blends together. It's really nasty. And then bum, dun, 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 and it goes nuts right after that. Having just some contrast, right? For one, like we talked about, it feels less copied over. It feels less like we just riser, white noise riser builds up right here. Everything filters out and we drop, and it's still fairly straightforward. Sounds awesome, but fairly straightforward. But it feels like there's a little bit more intentionality. It's just all of a sudden it's weirder. That drop right there feels very distinct, feels very on purpose, feels very much that lives in its own moment in the song. And 3 separate parts with the foghorn at the bottom, so I could easily do that. 100%. Okay, perfect. Try it out. If not, you just save as, undo, and just go back to the version where it's a little bit stricter. But I think it would be cool for that second drop to really live in its own space, to live in its own world and feel like it's delayed, it's bendy, and then everything hits really strong after that. You might even find that like every other bar at the end there, you still keep in some of the portamento. You know what I mean? Like you might even be like, sometimes it's dun 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 dun. Like you could alternate back and forth. You can dig into the automation and cop it over every other 4 measures or every other 4 counts or whatever. Have some fun. But the whole idea, just throwing a wrench in the system a little bit, shifting the energy, delay it, slightly slower glide and slower attack right there to dig into it. Otherwise, I mean, none of those are right or wrong things. They're just creative decisions. But man, you're crushing it. It's just disgusting. It's so good. I love everything about it. It's really, really, really well done, man. Please think of the follows. Please show some love to Hop Count. Hop Count has music that is out. I've heard, I think, just one other song from them, but it is so good. It is so good. It's professional. It's polished. If you like this style of music, you like what you just heard, they do have music out. This one is not, but they have music that's out. Go stream it. Go like it. Go add it to your playlist. Go follow here. Go follow on Spotify. Show them some love and support. Amazing. Yep, exactly. Yeah, that would be what I would lean to. Otherwise, it's gorgeous, dude. It's so well done. Let's keep it running. We got Liz in the building. We're gonna do a free line after the song. So make sure if you are in the free line, please make sure that you hear. Because after I go through like 3 people and no one has showed up, I'm not gonna spend, because people come in and out, I'm not gonna spend the next like 14 minutes like trying to find a free person that's in here. So if you're in the free line, make sure that you are here. We will go through those every time. If I miss it, if there's no one here, then I'll go straight back to the other line. So we're gonna listen to one on right after the song. We got Liz in the building. Quick reminder that if you would like to submit for the consultations that we're doing right now, these consultations are 20 to 30 minutes per song. They're a long-form deep dive into the structure of your music. Depending on what you're doing and what you need help with, we'll dive into mix, production, sound design, lyric, and song formatting, whatever it may be. So if you're looking for tools, you're looking for some actionable feedback, that's what this side of the line is all about. If you would like to submit, it is at the link in my bio. Retrack, thank you so much, brother. Appreciate it. It is at the link in my bio. Do not send it in the chat. Do not request a song in the chat. Do not request popular artists in the chat. This is for your music, and it's at the link in my bio. If you follow the steps, you'll be in line, and I'll see you when it's time to get played. If you're on the Red app, if you're on YouTube, it's at the description. If you're on Twitch, it is ! Submit in the chat. You'll see what you need. All right. I would love thoughts on how to turn this into a full band arrangement. Also want to note this was my first time playing to a click, so it sounds better live. Okay, cool. RDs, that's Liz, right? I'm like trying to go back through my earlier messages. This is you. This is you. Okay, perfect. Awesome. All right. Let me read through it. This is Annie by Liz. This is a pretty early demo recorded in my friend's basement studio, so I had something better than a voice memo to send my parents. Let's go. I love it. All right, let's dive into it. Any other details that you want me to know? Of course, drop it in the chat, what you're using, the structure of it, anything that you feel like would help kind of focus what we're doing and give you the most tools. Of course, feel free to drop it in the chat, just so y'all know. Liz is over on the Purple app right now, so that's if you see me talking to a ghost on TikTok, that's where we're at. All right, let's run it. Let's run it. Thank you so much for the submission. I appreciate it a lot. Is this you on acoustic too? Okay, cool. Awesome.
Stars are shining out of Annie's eyes. She's got a smile like a supernova. She's got a face I want to memorize. She's got a heart I want to hold. For a girl who can't control her tongue. And he's got a lot of good intentions. Watch her too closely and she'll come undone. She's got a gulf a mile wide. Oh,
good voice.
And he blushes when I say her name.
If y'all are on Twitch and YouTube and you see me doing this, as I'm pointing to stuff on TikTok, it's gonna look weird. Looks random depending on the platform you're on. What is he doing? Singer-songwriter, the guitarist, but my buddy told me I need to learn to play my own songs. I love it. I don't mind this being really raw too. There's 100% a place in an audience for that.
She's changed her number 7 times. And he's waiting at the door.
Catchy stars, I appreciate it. I appreciate that.
She says
I would love to hear it if you do. Yeah, TikTok is like the Wild West of people that don't know what they're talking about stuff. It's a crazy land. It's a crazy land out here.
And he's broke because she gave it all.
I like your progressions too.
To every wishing well and waterfall. And he's not taking my calls.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, understanding like the moves behind like cinematic scoring, orchestral production, live instrumentation, or even like the automation formats for working in cinematic music is a different world. So if all you make is trap beats or something like that, you're gonna have a hard time even like knowing where to direct your attention and stuff.
And he smiled when she said goodbye. Oh, she said I'll
This took like 20 takes for guitar, by the way, but vocals in one. Okay, nice. Let's go. I like it. Y'all, please show some love. That song is, as far as I'm aware, could be wrong, but as far as I'm aware, this is unreleased. It is called Annie by the artist Liz. They're over on the Purple app right now, so you can catch them over there if you would like to chat with them as well. But it is unreleased. I like the whole feel behind this. I like the aesthetic. I like the mood. I like having a more raw structure to something like this. Excuse me. Gosh, man, Texas just gets me. It's brutal. But I love having a more raw, kind of underproduced record. What you want with something like this is the perception of non-produced, while it technically being very produced. So you're looking for transparency, right? You're looking for a very transparent production where like this acoustic sounds just like an acoustic, even if it has 2 compressors, 2 EQs. There's like a de-esser because of some, string scratch that's happening at the top. And then the vocal sounds super raw and super organic, even if it's like manually placed and timed and compressed and EQ'd and de-essed and tuned, whatever. Like you want the perception of very raw and very like open and really easy. That doesn't mean nothing's on it, because oftentimes nothing on it is like boomy and sibilant and depends on the gear that you're using in the room that you're in. It's like really reflective. It's a little muddy, right? So you don't want it to like actually be unprocessed. What you want to do is get obstructions to the song out of the way. That's what we're looking for, right? And anything that is an obstacle, right? Anything that's like an obstacle to clarity, an obstacle to the song that you want to be being presented is what we want to remove. So whether that's sibilance, it's mud, it's boominess, it's plosives, it's background noise, it's whatever. It's like a way that something is performed. You want to get those things out of the way. And that takes a lot of processing. But that doesn't mean it sounds like T-Pain auto-tune. It doesn't mean that it's like a squashed compressor on everything, right? This is an opportunity to have a transparent recording and it feel very organic and really natural and really easy, all while having things that are helping control your dynamic range, tune, whatever it may be. Okay, let's dive into it. I'm hoping that's yeah, you get it. So that's more of what your vision for this record is, right? And I want to help bring that to life, right? I want to make that the forefront. My goal. Dan, good to see you. Thank you for the heartbeat, man. I hope you're doing amazing today. Thanks for tapping in. That's what I want to make the forefront of this. If that is your goal, is how can we polish this enough without sterilizing it? And that's the sweet spot, right? This is not supposed to be like hyper produced. It's not supposed to be, super clean and overly produced and over polished. At the same time, you still want this to feel natural, and you still want it to sound good. You want it to be palatable by people at the same time. Do visuals look good? Thank you, Dan. I appreciate you. Literally the same things, just moved in I finally have redone a lot of I redid my desk, redid all of my racks. I got like 3 racks in here I had to redo. Still routing stuff, still waiting on the console to come in, so on and so on. So I still got a lot of routing and a lot of freaking work I got to do in here. Finally got drums set up, finally got the new cymbals and all of the mics and stuff over there all set up. It's been a nightmare, but I finally have. All I did was like move the camera and move the mics, and it sounds great. It sounds great the way that I moved the camera. It looks great. Anyways, I need to talk to you about it. I want to, dude, anytime. Yeah, shoot me a message anytime, man. I got you, of course. Easiest day in America. All right, exactly. I don't really know any production language, so this will be helpful when I do bring it to an actual producer. Perfect, and that's good context as well. I don't want to like just spout BS at you, and you're just like, okay. Cool. You're like, I don't want to just like say things and like start talking about mid-side processing and like parallel saturation. And you're like, cool, man. I just need to know like where to place my mic when I'm recording the guitar. Like, it's very easy for people to just spout. And so I want to kind of take you from where you're at and give you a couple tools and maybe even just some perspectives, like you said, to be able to communicate what you're wanting to the producer that you're going to work with, so that what you track and what you do is not just good and not just whatever, but it actually is in line. Like it's in line with your vision, right? The best musicians in the world, the best producers, best engineers aren't just randomly good at what they do. They have a vision in their mind, and then they have the skills and language to make in the DAW what is happening in their mind, right? Like my greatest skills are not that I am just the best keyboardist in the world and the best synth player in the world. It's that when I hear an idea in my mind for like some like Juno synth stuff, and I'm like, oh, I have an idea. I can hear it. I can imagine what it is. I know exactly what I want to do when I go over to the Juno and play it. I know exactly where to move stuff. The ability to execute, the vision that's in your mind is what's going to make your production really come to life. People's frustration oftentimes is they have an idea, they hear a song, they hear a vocal, they hear a production, and they have no tools or no language to translate that to something on the other side, right? And that's what I want to hopefully, offer a little bit of help here as well. Please. If y'all want to submit at all, thank you so much for the Go Populars as well. Dan, dude, I appreciate you so much, man. Always so generous, man. I appreciate that. If y'all do want to submit your music, it is at the link in my bio. Link in my bio if you want to submit. All right. Between the 10 and 12th fret, just learn that. Yeah, you're like, okay, I'm learning some stuff. So let's get into it. Let's run it from the top. Let's talk through some details. But the song that you have here, I like. Thank you for the follow. The song that you have here, I like. I like your voice. I like what's happening here. I like this is simple. Don't do that. I like your progressions are nice. They're really clean. They're really easy. But they still have some tension to it. They have some movement to it that I really appreciate. One thing I would love is to dive into what your main question was, because one of your main questions were how to build this out into more of a fully produced song and like where to go with that. So let's dig into that a little bit, and that can kind of give you some tools to like point to the engineer. Like this is kind of what I want to happen in the song. Because if you just say I want drums, acoustic, bass, and whatever, it might end up fantastic. It also could end up in like a parallel universe to your song. You know what I mean? Like I've worked with so many artists that don't have language to communicate what they want, which is fine. That's valid. Most people don't early on, especially. You gain those skills over time. But if you're earlier on and producing music, or like kind of executive producing your music, where like you are the producer, but you're working with beat makers, you're working with session musicians to bring your stuff to life, then oftentimes the gap in language is a lot of the problem. We're like, I would love some acoustic drums, bass, maybe a cello, and like these two things here. And they make it, and you're like, okay. I mean, yeah, you did. Yeah. Okay. You did what I wanted you to do. You added all the things that I wanted you to do. I think it sounds good, but it's not really, it's not what I want. It's not really what I'm hearing in my head, but I don't know what to tell them because they technically did all of the exact things that I wanted them to do. And that frustration is super annoying as someone who's trying to create the song and you're paying, to create the song. So anyways, I want to help maybe a little bit with that. And you can let me know what feels and sounds good to you as we go over some stuff. But let's get into it. Annie by Liz. Let's run it. I hit it in my head, usually along with the beat. I would hear it with. Yeah, I feel that. Now, personal preference, you don't have to do this. I'm going to take this from where we're at early on here. Just because this is a very simple, very early record. It's just an acoustic guitar. There's nothing else here. In my personal opinion, just from a song structure standpoint, playlist ability standpoint, placement standpoint, I would love to consolidate some of this and not make it feel too run on. In my mind, I would just take this 2 times through, and then don't do that. I don't know your lyrics or whatever, melodies and stuff like that. Just do 2 times through right here. And then instead of building up into something else, Higgs, thanks for the follow, I would just go straight into a verse. Build this up here with a distinct melody. Right, just a distinct melody and then verse. Instead of building up again, going another 8 measures, and it draws out the song before a vocal kicks in. We're like 35, 40, 45 seconds into the song. It's run on a little bit. There's no clear melody over the top in order to like kind of like polish it right there. I would just like intro, clear, distinct melody. So you have an instrumental hook as well as a vocal hook coming up later on that's really distinct and really polished. And keep that really, really locked in. What's up, y'all? Thanks for tapping in. So I would consolidate a little bit. Just do the intro part right there for those like first, 2 times through the progression. Keep it nice and simple. Keep it nice and solid. Follow that same melody. Nice and easy. Same guitar. And then verse. Boom. As soon as you go through, I appreciate you, Higgs. As soon as you go through 2 cycles, verse starts right there. It's just going to make it concise. It's going to make it sharper. It's going to make it more consistent. It's going to allow a lot more people to listen. Now, I'm going to mention something here. I actually haven't mentioned this live. I mentioned it every single live, at least a couple different times, I feel like. There is a threshold for people hearing your music once you do distribute it to DSPs, like to platforms for music, right? There is a threshold for most of the majors that is 30 seconds, right? What that means is that your stream does not count if your song is not heard past 30 seconds, right? What that means in practice and kind of in an example is you could have 1 million people stream your song for 28 seconds and you will see 0 streams and 0 cents. Now, most of us see that anyways, but you'll see 0 streams and 0 cents from that 1 million streams for 27 seconds. It has to surpass the threshold of 30 seconds for that song to count as a stream. So it is necessary. Now, you can also ignore this. You can also, you could ignore this to an extent and just be like, you know what, I want a longer intro, and that's fine. That's totally valid. There are long intro songs out there that do well. Your song could have a long intro, and you're like, I just want it to be this. I want to do a low acoustic. I want to do a bigger acoustic, have the drums kick in, wait for 30 seconds, have the vocals come in late. Completely, it's art. It's completely valid. Completely valid. This one is a single, but that's super good. Right, 100%. So here's what I would say. Introduce yourself as an artist early on. Okay? Whether that means the song starts and this is different genre to genre, and you sample part of your hook and you put it in the beginning, you filter a vocal back, you do some ad-libs, you say something, you take a deep breath, you light a lighter, you exist in the song within the first 30 seconds. Ideally within the first 10 to 15. You'll hear some songs where literally you'll hear someone just go, whatever it is, subconsciously, it just lets someone know that you're there. There's something to look forward to. This is not counting new surges in AI. This is not counting new surges in AI. Before AI, there was 1 million songs a week put on Spotify. 1 million songs a week. That's probably 20 million now with AI just blasting stuff out there. With some of that is getting broken up a little bit as well, right? It is crazy how much music. Yeah, Drake. Look at all of the early Young Money stuff and all of it. Lighting a lighter, saying yeah, like everyone freaks out when Drake does. Right? It's like that happens all the time. Or it can just be you start the song and you start the first part here. You want a longer intro, which is fine, and you start here. And then you start. Whatever the song ends up being after that, just having the vocal come in for a second, have a bunch of reverb. It can be filtered back. It can be 8 dB in the back of the song. You could just have some oohs and ahs coming in the outside. All you're doing is just letting people know in the sea of 20 million songs a week or whatever that are now put, pieces of music that are put on platforms nowadays. It's just letting people know that you are there. You're worth listening to. You have a voice and you're right there in front of them, right? Just letting people know that you exist in the song could be the difference between you're like, man, I got 1,200 streams on my song, but you had 18,000 engagement points on the song. Like 18,000 people actually saw and started the song, but only 1,200 stayed past 30 seconds. It doesn't mean you can't have easy intros. I would just find a way somehow to introduce yourself in the song. I know a lot of songs that start instant with the first 100%. That's completely valid. Some people are just 2, 3, 4. Or start with the hook of the song and reintroduce it from there. So many different ways. Massive Breakthrough, I asked, I had a reference, and he said, not a mix, you probably need to offset someone else slightly and change the velocity more. Yeah, like some of the stuff that we talked about, remember early on of like velocity changes, automation, things like that. Low-Kid, did it not push forward? Let me double check really quick for you, Low-Kid. Let me know. I told you to let me know when you submitted. Maybe I missed it. I don't know if I saw when you submitted, but let me see. Let me see. Oh, yeah. You just sent it in. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, you just sent it in. Let me get you pushed. Yeah. I got you. Boom. Boom. All right, you're good. You're ready to go. Let's see. Nice. That's awesome, Anima. That's awesome. Yeah, of course, Liz. Okay, let's get into it. Let's go a little deeper here. Let's get into your main part of the song here. Link in my bio if you want to submit, y'all.
Stars are shining out of Annie's eyes. She's got a smile like a supernova. She's got a face I want to memorize. She's got a heart I want to hold. For a girl who can't control her tongue.
Good repetition there.
Annie's got a lot of good
Aftermath, welcome in.
intentions. Watch her too closely and she'll come undone. She's got a gulf a mile wide.
Yeah, the more distinct. Now, right now, this is dry, right? This is very, very dry, very raw right now. Don't mind that, right? That's I understand kind of where the song is in its process. When it comes to the structure here, very, very, very dry. The more, and I speak about this all the time, but I think it's important to just relay live after live because there's a lot of different people that come in every time. When you write your melodies and when you build your song and you write your lyrics and stuff like that, you are telling people exactly what to sing. So you are dictating what people are learning, what they're singing, how they perceive those melodies and your lyrics and stuff like that, right? You're telling them exactly what to do. If there's a lot of changes and movements in melody, a lot of distinctions and a lot of, just a lot of different areas where there's like challenging things to remember, new melodies to learn, the melody changes bar by bar, verse to verse, so on and so on. That makes it more and more challenging when you're telling people what to learn, and it feels very challenging, very difficult to learn those things. Now, I'm not saying that's exactly what's happening in this in particular. Something to be aware of, and what I would do is when you go into like fully producing these songs, I would use something on your vocal occasionally called Melodyne. Now, Melodyne is a manual pitch correction software, so this is not auto-tune. I don't necessarily want auto-tune on your vocal. I really appreciate a much more natural, transparent, clean vocal that is not really automated, but feels just polished enough. So if occasionally, if on one of those notes like that, it's a little bit sharp and it's a little bit over, which is making it just, I want to make sure that I'm like the singers, the people that are listening are hearing the song that you're producing. They're learning the exact melody that you're trying to sing. You can just take that sharp note and just drop it into place. It's not affecting the whole song. It's taking one moment, one literal syllable of the vocal and dropping it into place. So it feels a little bit more polished, a little bit cleaner, but very transparent at the same time. You don't have to use any autotune. You don't have to do anything that feels like it's overproducing what you have here, but you do want something that when those notes happen, it feels like it clarifies a little bit more of what you have. So there's a couple little lines in here where some of the trills that you have, Melodyne, 100%. Utilizing that, you'll be able to just take some of these trills where maybe the note falls a little flat, even though most you have a great voice, so most of this is really clean and it's really clear. Take some of those smaller little flat notes and just shift them into place so that your melodies feel really polished and so that the listener, the consumer, knows exactly what you're doing and knows exactly, oh yeah, I know exactly what melody I should try to sing, whether they can sing or not. They kind of know exactly what is going on. One thing on vocals with this, 100%. We'll talk a little bit about that. By the way, if you only got Auto-Tune Pro, you can also use the graph function, and it's basically it is just with some limitations. So I have all of the different tuning programs and Pro Tools for the most part. Is there a quality difference between Melodyne and something like Flex Pitch in Logic? I think Melodyne has the most transparent polishing and the best algorithms for transitioning between corrections in their software. So I've used Melodyne for like 18 years, and Melodyne I think is the best at it. So you can use whatever. You can use Graph Mode in Antares. There's some limitations, again, in the transparency of transitions between edits and like the quality of control over those edits. So completely valid to use Flex Pitch, to use whatever, gives you the best result that you can afford, that you can whatever. Like Melodyne's expensive. Melodyne, I think the version I have is like $400 or $500. You know what I mean? Like it's expensive. It's a little crazy, but you can start at like $150. But I use Melodyne for all of my early processing for vocals. So before I've added a single plugin, I'm using Melodyne to do like dynamic control. I'm using Melodyne to do sibilant and plosive control, control breaths, timing, manual pitch. So by the time I've added a single plugin on the vocal at all, that vocal is already like pretty clean. It's pretty well polished. You could like throw a compressor and an EQ on it and it would be pretty damn good, right? That's what I use Melodyne for for early in the stage. I don't think some of the other softwares, graph mode included, that is as detailed, but it is inherent. So if you're paying for Antares on the subscription or something like that, it can get you some of those. It can get you halfway there. You know what I mean? It can do some of that for you. To me, that really depends to 253 on like the style of music, right? If you can get away, what's up, Kingston? Welcome in. I think you can get away with less transparency depending on the style as well, right? Like if you do hip hop, R&B, pop, something like that, EDM, whatever, you can get away with like hearing just a little bit more out of that, out of the actual processing there, and it being disguised by a couple other elements in there, as opposed to with Melodyne, you could have like an a cappella song and not know that it exists, and even like specifically flatten the vocal by 5 cents out of the semitone to make it still sound incredibly natural. You know what I mean? I'll type it in here. I got you. I'll throw it in on TikTok. It's a little bit different than that. Just so you can look it up yourself. There it is. Melodyne. Kingston, thank you so much for tapping in. I appreciate it. Are there AI tools that automate Melodyne like vocal polishing yet that work well? No, not really. Because Melodyne specifically is manual. Anything that's going to be AI is going to regenerate that pitch from scratch, which means it's no longer your vocal anymore. It's ones and zeros. So that's the thing with any AI editing software like that. There's things you can do to like cut noise. There's things that you can do like, RX11. It's not AI. It's just algorithms. Algorithms are not artificial intelligence. But there's algorithms that you can use to like basically with like RX11 or like noise reduction and stuff like that, they will create a profile based on this noise that you've selected and then utilize that profile to subdue that noise in the background of your mix. You don't have to gate as much. There's stuff like that work really well. But as far as pitch control, no, it would have to regenerate that vocal for you, which then is no longer your vocal. And that depends on how much you want to do that. But yeah, as far as like controlling pitch and stuff like that, some manual sequence is what you're going to want. So whether that's graph mode, Melodyne, flex pitch, or something that's going to give you some of that manual control, but there's no. And if there was, I wouldn't want to do that, because the whole point of what I'm talking about is control. The whole point of it is that you have more individual, hyper-focused control, syllable by syllable, note by note, to correct things and not touch anything else. If you just like run your vocal through a system, then you're going to reduce a lot of that. I won't see this feedback today. It's up to you. It's up to you. I'm never going to pressure anyone to skip or go faster or anything like that. That's up to you. I'm going to dip into the free line after the song, and we're gonna choose a song from there, and then we'll go back into the consultation line again. But it's up to you if you're looking for the 2-minute free line, or if you're looking for the full consultations. Those go much more of those get heard over the course of the live. Okay, let's go a little deeper into this. Very cool that exists, because I have to admit I'm resistant to a lot of autotune, 100%, and that's valid, because that wouldn't be. You have a very raw production structure, so if you have a super rigid, super clean, super tuned vocal over a really raw production, there's a distinguish between the processes right there, and that's that might not be what you're looking for, which is why I think that you can just like most of your vocal is raw, it's dry, you love exactly where it sits, you're like, oh, that was a little bit flat, boom, you notch it into place, right? Easy. Autotune is basically a trained algorithm that will try to keep you in pitch. You can use it not only the T-Pain way, you can also use it to make transition between notes smoother or holding a note more easy. Yeah, 100%. Always better to yeah, facts, 100%. It's not auto-tune quite literally just takes the signal that is inputted and takes it to the closest semitone depending on the scaling that you have. So if your note is right here and all you have is auto-tune on your vocal and it's at like 54 cents out of the semitone, it'll correct it up to the higher semitone. If it's at 42 cents and you're a little bit flat, it'll correct it down to the lower semitone. If you modulate between the two with a wide vibrato, it'll modulate between those and it makes your auto-tune sound shitty, right? That's all that's really happening there. It's a pretty simple algorithm. What's up, Don? Appreciate you tapping in. Welcome in. Good to see you. But that's really all that's happening. It's nothing like crazy. It's just literally taking an input signal and dragging it into place, right? In the same way that you're like tuning oscillators and then tuning those voices in the oscillator to different keys on a synth or something like that. It's a lot of the same kind of a thing that's happening. Okay, what's good, man? Thank you for tapping in. Thank you for the follow over on Twitch as well. I appreciate you a lot. Let's get a little deeper in here. Now, the only thing I want to talk about, that was tuning structure. Let's just talk about production. I know I'm taking way too long, but I do want to get into some of this. Let's talk about the production really quickly. Now, if you want to keep this a little bit more singer-songwriter, you want to keep it a little bit more folky, let me know. Or if this is driving a little bit, has a little bit more energy behind it. So if you're wanting to keep this, a little bit more raw, a little bit more dry, we definitely can on the production side as well. But if you're wanting to build it up and be more of a indie rock song, that's a different perspective, and we can lean into that. But let me know if you want to go more singer-songwriter, kind of folky, or, indie, in that vein, or if you want to go more indie rock and push a little bit more there, let me know as well. Because there's obviously a different perspective on how we would build out your production.
She whispers to me, so I'll do the same. Oh, Annie, how could you be?
Yeah, full consultations done. Friends, it's just for really nice letters. Yep. Okay, cool. So what I would probably do, I'm going to open up labs here. I'm not going to switch over right now. What I would probably do is go with like a really deep drum structure. I talk about this all the time. Having something like that is like really deep and dry. Like it's got like an 8.5-inch, 8-inch snare, detuned a little bit. Everything's a little bit lower. It's not super like bright and thin and snappy and punchy. It can settle into your production really easily without this feeling like super like slicey. You know what I mean? Like we're not adding a ton of energy. That's perfect. Yeah, any genre. It's got a ton of energy to it. In this case, you can keep things a little bit simpler and a little bit kind of darker and deeper. Maybe even with some the acoustic doing exactly what you're doing, and then maybe like a slide over the top. I don't have one by me. I don't know where I put it actually. Having like a slide, like a hollow body slide over it as well, with like a really simple either like upright bass or like a hollow body bass that would just keep this really smooth and really easy to listen to. I think the last thing that I want is for you to take what is like a really chill, mellow aesthetic and it becomes too driven, too snappy, and the song gets like bigger and louder and brighter than your vocal aesthetic is. You have a lot of natural trills in your vocal and great vibratos in your vocal that I think works well with a still vibrant and powerful and open production, but not necessarily too transient and slicey and punchy. So let me back this up here just a little bit.
She whispers to me, so I'll do the same. Oh, Annie, how could you be blamed?
This slide.
Annie's got a lot of bills to pay. Some are money, some are more tangential.
Just simple.
She's got a family somewhere far away. She's changed her number 7 times.
And then you start to build in, like right there in the background, you just have like, I'm going to switch to the piano really quick. Like in the background, you just have really simple production structure. So in the background, you just start with let me go up an octave here. On the B section. So let's say those drums are happening.
Some are money, some are more tangential. She's got a family somewhere far away. She's changed her number 7 times. And he's waiting at the door again. She says her mind's caught up in driftwood switchbacks. She'll probably end up getting...
Yeah. Exactly. We're leaning into more like moody, emotional, so people connect to it and they really feel it, right? So if we have... It's just like simple, like really reverberated, really simple structure over what you already have. So let's say your acoustic is largely what it is, and then you just have that, but it's really like deep and really mellow. Add simple bass under there, maybe only a guitar lead, but I really like this piano lead vibe now. I mean, I think a piano would be great, like a really simple upright piano, which is what this is. Right, just something like that can be really chill in the background. You can keep it warm on the chords too. So if we go down here. You can keep that really like dark and really mellow under those acoustic guitars. So the aesthetic that I would look for, and this is where your language in communicating with a producer is where this becomes the most important. So this is where you're like, okay, I know I want this song to feel warm. I want it to feel kind of like dark and mellow and emotional. Like the whole song is just like a vintage warm blanket. You know what I mean? And so you're like, okay, I want kind of, dark acoustic guitars. The acoustic guitars can even be muted a little bit. There's techniques to that. You can like tie a little bit of fabric around like the neck of the guitar and mute them a little bit so it feels really soft and really easy to listen to and really dry. You want like, a thick snare, low drums, maybe even brushes on the drums. So they're not too, what's up, Capricorn? They're not super, snappy, but maybe like dark brushes on the drums, big snare, maybe an upright bass or an acoustic bass or, just something. You want the song to feel dark. You want it to feel warm. You want it to feel easy to listen to, maybe even a little bit vintage, while still having your modern structure to it, right? In a modern, good, clean mix. So and then you want like an upright piano, like a dark, warm, upright piano, so you get a little bit of this. That's super like easy. It's not very like bright and snappy, like as opposed to like, so I have two pianos on here, like as opposed to having like this, right? That's like super like bright and snappy. We don't necessarily need all of that, right? We want, and again, but if you just say, I want piano, drums, and whatever, you might get bright, snappy drums. You might get a bright piano. It could be a big grand piano. You get these things like, technically, that's what I told you, but it's not what I was talking about, right? But if you're like, I want a warm, upright piano, dark, deep drums. I want a natural vocal, but still polished as far as tuning goes. I would use Melodyne, whatever. If you start just like kind of laying out to a producer, this is what I imagine. So I'm going to use these terms. These are some of the instruments that I could picture there. I could definitely hear like a slide in the background once we get into the hook in order to kind of glue it together. You start laying out these kind of rules for the production. For one, the producer's going to like you a whole lot more than just being like, I would love drums on here. And they're like, I don't know, whatever. I can do any kind of drums on here. And then being like, actually, there's this song by McLaughlin that I really like. It's this one right here. I kind of like the way these drums sound. So we can program them or we can play them live. But this is kind of what I'm looking for. The more clear you are with that communication, the better the song's going to come out. Where you kind of know what you're looking for. You have good references and be like, I would love to mirror this. Obviously not the same, but I would love to mirror some of these qualities of the song. But ideally that this is like warm and it's dark and it's really beautiful to listen to. That's kind of what we're looking for. Let me double check a few things really quick. Okay, let's keep it rolling here towards the end here. I hope this is helpful. I hope this kind of gives you at least a little bit of some direction as far as where you could potentially go and maybe what sound selection would help with it. But I love your voice. I love your structure. I think it works really well together. You're good at what you do, so I'm excited for you to dig in a little bit more and get a full like polished production. I think you could do really, really well with this. Okay, let's get to the outro here real quick.
When she said goodbye, she said, I'll see you later till next time. And he promised she would be just fine.
Great high register too. I love how that hits at the climax of the song. That's great.
And he's always on my mind.
Let's go. I love it. Y'all show some love. Show some love. Turning an EP written by the end of the summer and then maybe record it by this time next year. Beautiful. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Take your time with it. If things happen fast, they happen fast. If things happen slow, they happen slow. Music is a process that I think you just have to go with the flow of your creativity. Sundry, thank you so much for the love you so much. I appreciate the gift. That's that to me, don't worry. Some songs happen fast. Some songs take years. Some songs take months. Let the songs be what they are and let your creativity, flow between those, right? There's some songs that are going to come very quickly to be like, actually, man, we finished 5 songs in like 2 months and it sounds good. Should we release this earlier or release some singles? Or you finish a record, but then you go back and you're like, well, now let's work on some singles. This one I wrote in like one sitting. Yeah, 100%. And so then you go back, you comp in vocals, you punch in, you layer this a little bit more distinctly with a little bit more support. And then you open it up from there. But I think once you get an idea of the aesthetic that you want, you have an idea of like the structure that you want to build, it's much, much, much easier for you to get on the same page as your producer, and y'all work together a lot more cohesively. Like every song gets better and better and better. Did the Don in the building, man. I see you. I appreciate you so much. How often are you live? It depends. So I do these lives intermittently once I'm done with all the rest of my work. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. So whenever I'm done with my productions for the day, sessions for the day, whatever it may be, I hop on live for, a couple hours. Sometimes that's like 2 or 3 hours. Thanks for the sub. Thank you so much for the sub over on Twitch. I appreciate that a lot. I appreciate that more than you know. It's going to be, what's up, Hydra? Good to see you, man. It's going to be intermittent. So sometimes it's like 2 hours. Sometimes it's like 4 or 5 hours. So it really just depends on the day. Depends on kind of the projects and stuff that I have going on. But shout out to Liz one more time. Let's keep it rolling. Keep it rolling. I turn on notifications. We'll be joining more often. Can't wait to see my. I love it. I appreciate that so much. Shout out to Catching Stars Composer as well. I appreciate that. Same thing at the link in my bio. It's changing all the time. It's 30 top right now. 30 is top right now. But yeah, it's changing, every couple minutes, new people are coming in or moving around or getting heard. But yeah, 30 top currently if you want to hop it. Okay, let me double check a few things real quick, and then we're going to keep the music going. I'm actually going to dip into the free line for a second while we wait for the next song coming up. Let's see a couple things. We got Drizzy in the building as well. I appreciate y'all so much. How can I send an idea? Exclamation point submit if you are on Twitch. Exclamation point submit if you're on Twitch. If you're on TikTok and you want to submit your music, it's at the link in my bio. If you are on YouTube, it's at the description. On Twitch, you can type exclamation point submit. The line will pop up for you. Okay, let me double check a few things. Got you, Hydra. And then Hydra, since you sent that through PayPal, make sure you go to Oxcord on TikTok and submit in the free line, and I'll boost you. I got you. Thank y'all so much for tapping in today. I appreciate it. And COPD, this is my only option for leaving breath on a track. Okay, I got you, Drizzy. I'm excited to get into it. Let me actually run this Drizzy track while I'm waiting. Or actually, no, hold on. I got this one from Hydra. Let me get everything in order. Got you, Jay. Got you. Da, da, da. Da, 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 da. Let me make sure I get these because some of these are in the wrong order, so I want to make sure I get them in the right order with Hydra. So yeah, Hydra, make sure you submit it. Make sure you submit it to Oxcord. Yeah, send it to Oxcord in the free line. I have to keep it in line with everything else because it's going to be in a completely different email. I think if you can, that'd be super helpful. Let me know. It should let you. I don't know. The Mexico one is produced. Okay, cool. Sounds good. Beautiful. All vocals and power should be out there. Okay, cool. Sounds good, Drizzy. Sounds good. I'm just waiting on this to show up, and then we'll get in your song in just a minute. I think the order is different on here because someone submitted through a different platform, so I just got to make sure that all of that is in order. Done. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Let's go. Okay. I don't think I've heard this yet. Flesh, I got you. I got you. I got you. I got you. Thank you so much. Okay, let's get into it. Let's get into it. So we got this Hydra track here. I don't think I've heard this before. Hydra, let me know. Or okay, you said you emailed something. So there's probably some updates there. Let me know if there's something here in the chat that you want me to know. Just because I want to make sure that I know. So I know for those of you who don't know, I'm working on a track with Hydra right now. Major vocals slightly too quiet. Okay, got you. Slightly too quiet in the build. So there's some things about this that are not finalized. In fact, I'm redoing a ton of the vocal side. So this is a track. David, thank you so much. Or Daweed, sorry. Thank you so much for the gifts. I appreciate that. Thank you for the roses. There's a whole bunch of this that's going to be redone. So I'm going to, pretty much all of the first half of the song, as well as some of the build-up vocals and stuff like that is going to be completely re-recorded. We're going to add layers. We're going to restructure. Anyways, mainly focus on, we got the ideas there, but we're going to restructure a ton of it. We're going to restructure a ton of it so that things feel a bit different. So the whole kind of first half, we're going to restructure. So keep that in mind. But this is Hydra. So listen for the production on here mainly. Listen for the production on here, but the stuff I do with your vocals in this are pretty cool. Let's go. I haven't heard this yet. I just sent him the vocals not that long ago. Are you based in NYC by chance? I wish, Liz. I wish. I'm in San Antonio, in Texas. I would love to be. I would love to be. That'd be awesome. Hopefully not too much. I would love to be in NYC. That'd be fun. Or even like upstate outside of Albany or something like that would be fun. But yeah, anyways, this is Hydra's production. He's handling all of that. I'm just the scratch vocals on here so far, and then some of the other vocals that you can hear on here. But this is Silence in the Sound by Hydra. Let's get into it, man. I'm excited. I'm really excited to redo all of these first vocals now that we have like that scratch verse in there. I can't wait to like make more of a full verse there too. What's up, Tep? What's up? I'm excited. Let's go, Tep. That sounds fun, man. What all did that entail? Hell yeah. That sounds great. Yeah, link in my bio if you want to submit. We'll be on for a couple more hours. Like 2 more hours, maybe. Hour and a half, 2 hours. Yeah, let's go. All of this we need to fill out. This next build up too, of course. Let's go, Hydra. This production is great. Yeah, I like it. Yes, your own music. Very Adriatic feel. And then you said on the breakdown coming up, it's too quiet, right? You'll bring it up a little bit later. Or I know I'm going to re-record a lot of it too, so. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's pretty far back. I feel that. Me too, Tab. I can't wait to re-record these. I really like that falsetto right there. Exactly. Yeah, it'd be cool if this was a little bit more forward too. Absolutely, 21. Link in my bio. Great build. Nice. Link in my bio if you want to submit. Yeah, this is my vocal step. Love the stutter. Fire. And a lot of these are scratched. We're going to update a lot of these and get them pretty polished. Of course, full first half, a lot of the build-up. Some of these ending ones I think will stay. We'll just layer them. Yeah, 100% Liz, 100%. Fire. Yeah, the high moments in this are really, really solid. Through the end of the breakdown in this outro, those are great. Yeah, let's go, man. Y'all saw some of the sounds by Hydra. Y'all are hearing an early demo that we're working on together right now. Hydra handling all of the production mix and all that fun stuff. Tron soundtrack when Daft Punk produced it. Yeah, dude, I'm a fan. I'm a fan. I can't wait to get this done. I got to retrack probably. Shout out to retrack vocals for probably 70% of this, to be honest, and then do some additional layering to it on like Tuesday and Wednesday. I'll block off some time to do some extra tracking for it so we get a full first verse. But let's go back through it, man. Let's dive into some stuff. This is obviously unmastered, unmixed, still being worked out. Half these vocals are going to be replaced, but yeah, let's get into it. I'm excited. But like these build-up moments, nothing feel like home, right there at the end. I love like that last energy right there. The build-up right there, I think is crazy. The production is nuts. End of the build-up when we're hitting some of the higher notes vocally, but then also there's a lot of wash. There's a lot of build-up of reverb and stuff there on the production side. Sounds killer. So let's run it. I can't wait to get this first part. Yeah, the last half of the song feels not locked in. There's some things that'll be built up, obviously the breakdown, but the last half of the song is nuts. It sounds dope. It sounds dope. Yeah, we're gonna be hopefully working on a good release for this one as well. So it'll be fun. Silex, good to see you. Thank you so much for tapping in. Let's run it from the top, man. Let's see if there's anything else I'll point some attention to. But I already know half of the work that needs to be done is me. The stuff that I need to just scratch and retrack. So I'm hyped. Caleb, welcome in. Good to see you. Let's run it from the top. Let's get into this first breakdown. Shout out to Hydra in the building, dude. Let's go. Let's go. And especially once there's like a little bit more weight on the vocals with the lower layers as well. Yeah, that'd be awesome, Tep. It'd be sick. Finally, dude. And let's do more. Let's do a whole EP. I don't care. Once this is all set up and we got the studio running, I'm just gonna start dumping tracks to people and we'll make it happen. Tep, same, bro. I'll shoot you guitar loops. I don't care. Like all of this is gonna be a totally different verse. These are filler ad-libs right now, whatever. Some of them are fine, but they're gonna be replaced by fresh, full verse right here. Processing is cool though. I love this space. such a good production, man. Progression is awesome. And then we do like a full fresh B section. Proto for the, okay, cool. All of that build up. So good. Automation is killer. And then this can be a fresh second tier with the vocals. I'll switch all of this out. It's just repetitive now because it's filler. Yeah. If you want to submit your music, it's at the link in my bio. Yeah. Here, I was thinking one thing here. So we have this. Right? To fade. Silent. This whole D minor. Silence for the signals. Frequency that learn to fade. Right? Like to like a 4/7. That melody I think is great since we're gonna keep that melody and the build up with that melody, especially with the fall into it. Since we're keeping all of that later on, it also could be nice. I feel like we're just like on a Zoom call now, but I would like to keep that same melody here, just so it feels like there's a song, right? We have some crazy extra layers, right? Like when we go into the dark soul is calling, da, 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 when we go there, and then also no, 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 no. Okay, so when we go there and then we go later on past this point. Yeah, oh, this part. Wanna take me again. When we go there, that's one of the most powerful buildups in the song, right? Wanna take me there. When we go there and then afterwards, I think a lot of those melodies are locked in. I would love to reuse this melody here and add in some of those same ad-libs. So that way it feels more like a song. We have like two big breakdowns with like distinct falsetto melodies and high vocal melodies. And then early on, what's up, JB? Early on, we can keep a little bit more of that same melody. So let's say here, probably no vocals. Most of this build up here will be ad-libs, right? What are you thinking? Link in my bio. It's long depending on the line that you're in. Yeah, like ad libs and stuff. Yeah, for this first part here, we can have some little pops and stuff in there. But once we go here, you're like 1, 2, 3, and then bring in silence for the signal. And then here, when you go to up to the next, so then you move to the 4 major, then I would fall into it. I would go back into it because that melody right there, I think is such a good melody. I wouldn't mind if it happened twice, unless you don't want it that repetitive. You tell me, because you have the production kind of locked in. The production's going to be what the production is. So if you don't want to repeat those melodies there and then go to a breakdown, let me know because we can fill in ad-libs later too. But here, it could be nice to... So be here to... Let me see. Like right there. Like it would be that... It would be like that same vocal right there. Bro, I think we keep the melody and use different vocals. So it's like a call and the peak build as a response. Okay, so I'll do like lyrics that falsetto but are different. Yeah, so we'll take out the. We'll we'll take out that, right? That can be, if you want to move it around, sure, or just cut it. I don't care. And then we'll bring back in fall into it, or with a different lyric, but maybe that same melody. Da, 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 and then da, 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 but maybe another section in there. We'll figure it out. I'll drop it in. Hey, no worries, Ghost. Ghost, are you in? Let me know if you're in the consultation line, Ghost. Let me know. Let me know. And then here, what do you want to do here? Okay, so if you have to, dude, if you got to sleep, no worries and no pressure at all. I don't want you to fight it to. I mean, yeah. No worries at all. If you're in the consultation line, if you've submitted and you're not going to be able to get heard, whether you have to leave for any reason or I get off at the end of the night, I'll always save it and I'll boost it farther next time. So if you sent a 10 or a 15 or anything, let's say you sent a 10 and you can't get heard today, you got to leave for any reason. Next time you come in, whether that's in a day, a couple days, a week, doesn't matter to me. I'll save it for you and I'll boost you to 15. You came in with 10, you'll get 15 next time. If anyone sent in 15 and you don't get heard, you get 20 the next time. I'll always boost you the next time and give you extra credit. That way you get a little bit of more of an edge on the next time that you come in. Because that can be, I know it can be frustrating to not get heard. You take a long time, the line gets busy, whatever it is. Or I just take forever, or I have to get off early. I always want to make sure that I support you a little bit more the next time. Yeah, of course. So literally, Ghost, next time that you come in, yeah, of course. Yeah, same thing happened to them. They're boosted to the 15 now, so they're coming up in a couple songs. So yeah, same thing. If you leave for any reason, just let me know and then come in and submit for free. Same thing I do with everyone. Next time you come in, submit for free, and then I'll boost you manually to the 15. Okay, let's get into this breakdown here. That would be awesome. Yeah, that would be sick, Teb. Now here, this is if we already do a full verse, because there's kind of a full verse here, and then this happens. I'm kind of curious about what we do here. If we try to do one of these other breakdowns, like, excuse me, goodness. Like, what if we do a simpler version of that next hook, right? Or do you want to leave that where it's at as the climax? Like, if we go here. Okay, sounds good. And just a quick reminder as well that all of these are saved to YouTube. So if you ever want to go back and like watch the VOD and see what we broke down, and you're still going to be able to kind of be in the background, excuse me, God. And you want to kind of hang out, AFK a little bit, then you can. And then sounds good, Don. Sounds good. Then just all of these are on YouTube as well, and Twitch for a little while, but on YouTube specifically. So if you're able to hang out in the background, but your Wi-Fi goes out, you're driving, or you miss it a little bit, but you're still kind of around, you can always find the VOD on YouTube. This will be like episode 134 or something like that, and you'll be able to go back through. That way, honestly, when you're on the live stream, you don't have to worry about like, should I take notes? Should I screen record it? Should I do all these things? You could always have a chance to just like be present, listen, get the feedback, communicate back and forth, and not feel like you have to be super antsy about it. You can go back and watch the whole stream after that. That way it's a little bit easier. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100%. It's on YouTube. I'm the same name everywhere. So Torvik, it's all at my links and stuff too, but Torvik Music on YouTube, whatever. We're live there right now as well. All of the VODs are saved as soon as the live is over. Like almost would dial back at this point. Like at the point, it's almost like calm before the storm. Okay, so you think probably mainly ad-libs. Is that kind of what you're thinking? Like maybe not even these clean melodies. Like maybe you get into more chopping some vocals here. It's a little more chill house, something like that. Okay, cool. Sounds good, Drizzy. All right, let's get into the next section. Whatever you think would sound best. I'll record whatever. But if you want it chill or maybe not a full other kind of verse or another hook, because we're about to get into a big, long lyric section here. Okay. Same melody as this, because this is like I guess will be our second verse. If we want to use the same melody, then that can be easy. Shoot it over to me to that email, and I'll try to use the same melody if it like makes sense. Like if it all adds up. I can rephrase. I did a little bit with this one too. I rephrased a couple things to make it match better. I can definitely do that with the first one. Like when we do this one, like when I do when I do it there, I can reuse whatever lyrics and stuff you have there too. So here.
Something in the air has changed. Gravity begins to grow. Every room is into it.
Like we can have some of that structure there early on and double that up in that section. Okay, let's get into the build up. Just, yeah, shoot me those lyrics in the email if you haven't already. I just need to go check. I love this. I'm obsessed with this build up. Let's go, Jay. I got you. I'm excited, man. I can't wait for this to be mastered too, because right now I know this is all quiet and it all needs to be slammed and just, cranked up. I can't wait to hear how that bass kicks in right there, because gosh, it is such a great texture. I love that melody on the vocal too. That's great. Okay, cool. Perfect. I'll do it. I got you. And I'll do the low octaves too. To layer. And more ad-libs to throw around too. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And these pans, there's some stutters on the reverb and some chops in the reverb in there. There's some pans back and forth. Dude, it's nasty. It's so good. It's so good. I can't wait to get this out. I like all this, unless you want me to re-record this. I like this section here. I like the vocal performance. Yeah, I like this part a lot. Yeah. 100%. I got you. And then what about this last part? I like this last part too, but I know the rhythm is different, but let me know. I like this last part. Outro's crazy. Thank you for the follow, y'all. Appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah, just to bring something into that first part of the section there. Man, y'all show some love. Excuse me. Show some love. Yeah, dude. Yeah, you can add your sauce and do your thing. But man, y'all show some love to Hydra. I'm hyped, man. I'm excited. I'll get tracking vocals early next week, like Tuesday and Wednesday. Hopefully, I'll be able to knock some stuff out for you. And of course, I can always add more and do a little bit more. Is there room for it? Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's completely up to you. So you can find the links to submit at the link in my bio. It's following over here. At the link in my bio, you can see everything that you need right there. What in the world? There we go. Everything up there, man. It sounds beautiful, man. It sounds beautiful. Yeah, this is all about your own music. So if you make music, if you are a producer, engineer, vocalist, songwriter, musician, whatever it may be, that's what this live is all about. Yeah, this is about you if you make music. That's what it's all for. So if you don't make music or you're not connected to the music, then that's not what this live is about. Sounds good, man. Please show some love. Thank you so much for sending today, man. All love to the family, Hydra. Can't wait to finish up the song and get it moving, man. It's going to be so much fun. Ross, welcome in. I appreciate you joining. I'm going to try to go a little bit faster through these next couple of songs too. They're still going to take time. We're still doing a full consultation, but I want to try to move with a little bit more concision. I want to get it, a little bit sharper. But let's keep it going. We got Drizzy Kane in the building. Once again, if you want to submit your music, it is at the link in my bio. That's where you can submit. You can see the line. You can see the cue. You can decide if you want to skip or go faster or add to what you have to move in front of people. That's all there as well. Same link. Jay, if you submitted, same link that you submitted to. Actually, a couple chats above you, you can see the link tree where it says it should say Torvik's link tree right there in the chat. You can actually just tap that right there. That's where you can check the line. Same place that you submitted is the same place that you can see the line, see the cue, and decide if you want to skip or go faster or move or anything like that. But we got Drizzy Kane in the building. This is G Gave Me Everything. I know Drizzy is going to be in and out of the chat, so I might not be able to get a lot of information from them. They mentioned a couple things about breath control and some issues there. And so there might be some things that we talk about that we'll try to dive into intermittently depending on what we're hearing. But let's get, Drizzy, okay, perfect. So drop some, there's some details I might have gotten when another song was playing that I want to hear now just because I wasn't able to focus on it. So drop some details in the chat and let's get into it. Talk to me about like the role that you played in the song. All right, it's loading. Give it a minute. Give it a minute. Hoax, thank you so much for the heart me and for the love you. I appreciate that. Let me click on the link tree link. I'm on the phone. It won't let you click on the link tree link. I mean, yeah, that's where it is. You might be able to find it on my Twitch page as well, like in the about section. Let me refresh this. It's not letting it play. Let's try this again. You can try it there, or you can find it on any of my other platforms as well. So you can go to like TikTok, Instagram, YouTube. All of those also have the link as well.
People think I mean money when I say I got everything.
What's up, Eric? Welcome in. We're doing consultations for artists, producers, musicians.
Yeah, G gave me breath when the doctor said I wasn't supposed to make it. G gave me a mother who
this is a generated vocal, so I'm assuming because of the breath issues, you used AI to create the vocal, right?
3 years with a woman who stayed. G gave me your daughter's laugh to chase away.
That's what I'm assuming. Let me know if that's correct.
Yeah.
Link in my bio if you want to submit.
Before it could win, G gave me your way out the addiction. Gave me a letter, gave me the words, gave me the conviction to tell the truth and lying would have been so much easier. G gave me the strength to face the parole board, face the mirror, face myself, G. Gave me a voice after everything, tried to silence it. Gave me a pen to turn the pain into something that could enlighten kids. Yeah, walking the same road I walk, G gave me all of it, every piece, even the parts that hurt. Cause even the hurt gave me peace, eventually. That's not something money could ever buy me. G gave me everything. Not the chain, not the check. G gave me. G gave me a second chance when I ain't have a reason left.
Feel it.
Reason left to expect one. G gave me love when I couldn't love myself. G gave me.
And then the beat, which is completely made, right?
On the shelf.
Like made in the AI.
Somewhere forgotten. G gave me everything that actually counts.
Everything that matters when you add up the real amount.
G gave me a way to make peace with my mother before it's too late. G gave me the words to finally say it, even though some days I still shake. Saying it out loud, G gave me streets to walk downtown and give back what was given to me. Socks, water, a listening ear, a track. Record is showing up. G gave me a body that's fighting cancer now. And even in that, G gave me clarity, gave me a way to somehow still find gratitude in the middle of the fear. G gave me 23 years and counting with the woman I hold dear. G gave me a daughter who calls me a biggest supporter. G gave me a brother I still carry even though he crossed the border home before me. G gave me all of it, the losses and the wins. Taught me both of them are gifts if you let the lesson in. I used to measure what I had by what I could hold in my hands. Now I measure it by what's held me up.
Yeah, if you're on Twitch, type ! submit. It'll pop up for you. I appreciate you. Thanks for tapping in.
The chances, the forgiveness.
It's my way of still writing and hearing my bars of music. I feel that. Yeah, it's so prominent. It's so prominent.
Gave me a chance to be the man
the
I used
hiss
to only pretend
artifact
to
at
be.
the top.
G gave me a chance to look my own reflection in the eye and finally agree with what I see there. Not perfect, but honest, not clean, but free. G gave me a mission bigger than myself, gave me a legacy that ain't about the money or the fame or the chart position. G gave me the chance to leave something behind worth the transmission to the next generation. Every song, every prayer, every scar turn into something useful. That's the realest flex by far. G gave me everything and I didn't earn a single piece of it. That's grace, that's the whole definition. Didn't deserve it, got it anyway. That's it. So whatever time I got left, however long that road, I'm spending it grateful for everything he already
They can. Most people can. Most people can.
G gave me.
Yeah. It is. Admittedly, they admit it.
Reason left.
They like lost their voice and their ability to like breathe right when they're spitting years ago, and so they started making it this way.
Gave me a testimony instead of leaving me on the shelf. Somewhere forgotten. G gave me everything that actually counts.
Everything that matters when you add up the real amount.
613. Everything I got. G got every single piece.
Every single piece.
Yeah, there's some like unique circumstances that I get a sit. You also some love to Drizzy. Drizzy, I appreciate you getting this. I appreciate you sending this in, man. I appreciate you. I'm 55, been writing since my first bit at 18. At 15. I've been writing for 40 years. 40 years. Amazing. Y'all show some love, man. Show some love. Yeah, there's like very particular circumstances where there's more understanding, right? There's more nuance than just what it is. So let me clear this over here real quick, man. Real quick, so I can get back to my piano. There we go. Okay, let's get into it, man. Let's run it from the top. I want to talk about some structural things just really quickly. That's going to be an issue with a part of the way that you're creating music. It's going to be one part of the challenge. Jay, thank you for the heart me. I appreciate it. But yeah, if you want to submit, they're on Spotify as well. So show them some love and support. Go stream it if you like it, so on and so on. But let's get it, man. We'll run it from the top. We'll talk through some song structure details that I think will be beneficial in order to help mitigate some of the noise issues that will fatigue over the long term when you're dealing with like high frequency excitement, aliasing, artifact, and so on and so on. So obviously, you understand how to build a structure, you understand how to write and create in that sense. So I'm excited to get into this really briefly. But let's keep it going. Once again, if you want to submit, y'all, we'll be here for a good chunk of more songs, like another, let's say, hour and a half or so of live. So we're going to be here for a minute. So let's run it, man. This is Drizzy Kane. G gave me everything. Let's run it from the top. Let's get into some details.
People think I mean money.
Dude, you can. That's why, like within 5 seconds, some of you were talking about because I hadn't heard this artist before. That's why a couple of seconds in, I was like, oh yeah, okay, this is a generated vocal and whatever. You can hear that artifact so clearly. Even this is honestly one of the better sounding ones that I've heard. That's a little more separated, a little bit more isolated. But you can't get away from the fuzz. You can't get away from that. The artifact and the aliasing and stuff. It's just there and it's prominent. And then the other thing that you'll hear, no matter what you're doing, you'll just hear the instrument blending too at the bottom end. So you'll just like a piano becomes a guitar, becomes a piano that's kind of a Rhodes, and then all of that starts to kind of mush together. That's some of those little details that's just hard to get away from.
When I say I got everything.
Yeah, that's tough.
Nah, let me show you.
This is also this is a very, very simple production too. This would not be a production that would be difficult to get someone to redo for you. Just get like a mini Moog plugin on the bottom right there, some simple drums with a little bit of swing and a high. So high melody. Right, like it wouldn't be too hard to get someone to reproduce this or actually reproduce some of this from scratch as well. At least get the rights to the production.
G actually gave me. Yeah, G gave me breath when the doctor said I wasn't supposed to make it.
That's a pretty simple production
G
overall.
Gave me a mother who prayed for me before I could
there you
even
go.
shape it. In the words, G gave me 23 years with a woman who stayed. G gave me a daughter's laugh to chase away every bad day. Before it could win, G gave me a way out the addiction. Gave me a letter, gave me the words, gave me the conviction to tell the truth online would have been so much easier. G gave me the strength to face the parole board, face the mirror, face myself. G gave me a voice after everything tried to silence it. Gave me a pen to turn the pain into something that could enlighten kids. Yeah, walking the same road I walk. G gave me all.
Okay, here's one of the things that I would dig into just a little bit on your own is just the structure. How long, again, think of like typical rap structure. And again, you've been writing for 40 years, so you know the deal. Think of typical rap structure, rap dynamics. Think of stylistically when and where and how we should change feeling, change flow, change energy. You do a pretty good job of that vocally throughout the song. But a lot of what we're hearing here, and this is the issue with AI, one of the issues with AI. I kept this beat because of the Nipsey flow, 100%. One of the issues with it is AI fills out like all frequency always, right? So it just has this complete spread, almost like white noise. It's part of why you hear what you hear noise-wise in the song, is it's like all of the frequencies all at once. So you get this block of sound, right? Like every time the beat comes in and the bass is in there, even when it's just the vocal, it's just this block of hiss, right? Like kind of in the middle of the mix, because it's just filling in every single frequency in order to kind of fill it out, because it doesn't know to distinguish it because it's not individual elements, right? So you have, it's not like here's the bass and the bass lives here and then there's a drum that's here. It's just all kind of everywhere. It all kind of fills out everything and all blends together as one big wall. So part of that, and you can do some stem separation, sure, but even within that, each individual element oftentimes is going to fill fully. And so what happens is if you have a longer song and something like this, it will just feel fatiguing to listen to, or it'll get monotonous over time. Even if you're great, even if what you put in there was good, even if the beat is dope, even if the vocal has a good flow, and you have good lyric structure and good energy, whatever. Like even if, and this is the same no matter how you make music, right? If it ends up just being too much of that, and there's too much of that high-end excitement, and it lasts for too long in the structure of the song, it will just get boring to listen to, and it will get fatiguing to listen to because you're hearing so much of that. I would highly, highly suggest that you find some moments to like revert to a hook, cut some lyrics short, potentially restructure or rephrase some lyrics to be able to like every 16 bars, go to like an 8-bar hook really briefly, 16 bars, 8-bar hook, 16 bars, 8-bar hook, outro, close. That way it feels really sharp and really distinct and really connected. Right, Ryan, thank you for the follow. Because right now what happens is we have like a couple like 32-bar verses, not really a hook structure, a shift, like another 32 bars, small shift in energy, 32 bars. It's long and it's drawn out. And then what happens, thanks for the follow, 5 different software to fix and re-engineer. Okay, nice. What happens is you end up with an over 4-minute rap song that 4 minutes on a rap song is not crazy. There's nothing wrong with it being that long necessarily. But what happens is it's that long with a really specific fatiguing profile. And so I would definitely suggest having very distinct different moments in the song that feel very different, like a hook versus a verse, that it feels like completely different section. The dynamic shift, the sound shift, the way that you structure it shifts. Because right now, that wall of sound is going to be tough for you to get around.
All of it, every piece, even the parts that.
Yeah, if you want me, do people in the chat get played? You got to submit at the link, Jay. So Jay, if you go to the link in my bio, you'll see the submit link right there.
Cause even the hurt gave me peace eventually. That's not something money could ever buy me. G gave me everything. Not the chain, not the check. G gave me a second chance when I ain't have a reason left.
Right, so here's your hook, right?
To expect one. G gave me love when I couldn't love myself. G gave me a testimony.
Super bright, super airy.
And then forgotten. G gave me everything that actually counts.
Everything that matters when you add up the real amount.
G gave me a way to make peace with my mother before it's too late. G gave me the.
So like even here, I would maybe like, because again, we go straight back into boom, boom, boom. Again, there's some dynamic range there, but the bass and the drums, they fill out so much, right? They fill out so much right there. So the dynamics do change a little bit, but you're still hearing all of this like energy, right? You're still getting all of this openness right there that again, even if the dynamic shifts, it's still aiming, it is on its software side, is aiming to fill everything out. So sonically, nothing changes. Like the energy of the song, nothing changes, even if the production kind of slightly does. So what I would probably do, no, you're good, I appreciate it. I think if you use a number to remove in the vocals, like, yeah, some de-essing or something, so on and so on. Hey, Ari, I paid for a line skip last stream, but you didn't get to my song. Oh, yeah, let me know what it is, and then just submit for free. Guest mode, go to the same link to submit for free, and then we'll boost you. Submit for free, and I'll add an extra 5 to yours as well. Just let me know whenever you get to it, so I can make sure I find the name that you let me know, and then I'll boost you another 5 in the chat as well. But yeah, submit for free in the free line, and then I'll get you pushed up. Some of the S, yeah, it's so broad frequencies. Like if you're doing de-essing, right, and you're like finding that frequency and you're finding where the harmonic is and that resonance is at like 4,500 hertz, 5,000 hertz, and then trying to notch down some of that energy right there on a de-esser or like, brick wall limiting or whatever you want to do in order to kind of, suppress that a little bit, some multi-band. It's gonna control a very tight band of frequencies, but the problem is that excitement is happening like through like 3,000 hertz through 20,000 or 12,000 hertz. And there's harmonics in between all of that it's really, really filled in. So it just won't do a ton. It's still going to be it's still going to be there and it's still going to be pretty obvious. It's very, very challenging. It's very, very challenging in that sense.
Words to finally say it, even though some days I still shake.
So what I would do is like make sure the whole first part of the verse like doesn't have drums at all and just have dum 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 dun 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 boom boom boom, like no drums for the first like 4 bars right there, and then bring in the drums like on the B section of the verse right there before you get into another hook again, and just make sure that you don't go too long on those verses. Again, try to keep them at like 16 bars and then boost again, so on and so on. I don't think it's out. I don't think it's out unless it is. Drizzy, let them know. But they do have songs on platforms, so definitely let them know where they can find you.
The people, the chances, the forgiveness, the breath in my chest right now. G gave me all of it. G gave me a chance to be the man I used to only pretend to be. G gave me a chance.
And I don't know if we really do. Oh, it is out. It is out. They said it is out on platforms. Go check it out. It's called G Gave Me Everything. Go check it out. Go check it out. If y'all want to submit your music, it is at the link in my bio.
Position. G gave me the chance to leave something behind worth the transmission to the next generation. Every song, that's grace. That's the already chance when I ain't have a reason left.
Any style, Ryan. Any style, any genre. We've gone from rock to pop to indie folk to acoustic stuff to fully produced. Some people sending in, generated stuff. It's all over the place. It's all over. We're listening to a ton of different stuff.
When I couldn't love myself, G gave me a testimony instead of leaving me on shelf.
Like really allow this part of the production to live in its space, right? Album title God Works. Y'all go show us some love. Go show us some love. Yeah, any style, any genre, any level of clarity or preparedness or quality. We're going to listen to some stuff that's all over the spectrum as far as quality, as far as where they're at. Some stuff is out, some stuff's work in progress, so on and so on. But y'all show some love to Drizzy Kane. I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much for sending this in. I appreciate it a lot. Y'all please go show some love and support to Drizzy Kane right here in the chat, man. Thank you so much. Let's get into these next couple tracks. I'm trying to move it at a better pace here. We got Aganin in the building. I think it's Low Kid right here in the chat. So let me know that you're in here. Man. Of course. Yeah. If y'all would like to submit, for those of you asking, these are 20 to 30 minute consultations, long form deep dives into the structure of your music. So if you're a musician, you're an artist, you're a producer, you're an engineer, you're a vocalist, you're a songwriter, whatever it may be, that is what the structure of this live is all about. So if you send in your music, we'll spend 20 to 30 minutes breaking down the song 2 or 3 different times to get into the nuances of what you're doing, offer some specific and actionable feedback on the structure of your music. If that's what you want, that is on the consultation side. If you do submit to the free line, we'll try to get to a couple of them quickly, but those are intermittent, and those are up to 2 minutes of your song and a quick spin. Okay, let's get it, man. First collab after a long time. Let's go. Switch to YouTube now. Better for my mobile data. Okay, sounds good. I appreciate you tapping over there. Thanks for joining. And y'all, if y'all are on TikTok, do me a huge favor as well. Make sure you're tapping the screen, share out the live, repost. Don't forget to send your heart me. It does really help out the live stream just to keep things active. But let's keep it rolling. We got Fallen, produced by Low Kid. Aganin is the name of the song. So give me first collab after a long time. So y'all, give me some details. Give me some context here. I'll read through this real quick. Pop house, 132 BPM, key of G minor. Let's go. Produced by me from the UK. Artist in the vocals are Aganin from the Ukraine. It's my first time I do this genre, and I go above 122 BPM. Okay, we got it. Let's go. I hope you will like it. I'm just worried about mastering and mixing unreleased track. Let's go. So this is your production. But not your vocals. Let's get into it.
What a lovely strain today. We're smoking all the way. And all my money new. Baby, I'll spend the bag on you. What a freaky price to pay. We're killing for the game. And all the crimes you do, for me it's nothing new. smoking all the way. And all my money new. Baby, I'll spend the bag on you.
A little Oliver Tree-ish, vocally. Kind of like a quirky, bendy lead vocal.
I don't wanna fall in trap. I don't wanna fall in trap. I don't wanna fall in trap.
What's up, J-Mac? Welcome in.
I don't wanna fall in trap. What a lovely
What's up, man? Good to see you.
day. We're smoking all the way. And all my money.
What's A Studio? Let's
Baby, I'll
go.
spend the
Let's go,
bag
J-Mac.
on you.
Link in my bio, y'all.
What a freaky price to pay. We killing for the game. And all the
Appreciate it.
crimes you do. For me, it's nothing.
Link in my bio.
new.
What are you using to produce?
Fall in trap. I don't wanna fall in trap.
FLs. Okay, got you. Got you.
I don't wanna fall in trap.
Am I for it? Not specifically. There's more nuance than that. But y'all, show some love. Show some love to Lil Kid Again on the vocals. The song is called Fallen. Let's get into it. A Studio. That's what I was hearing. That's what I was curious about. A Studio is AI singer, is one of the partners. Yeah. That's what I was curious about, because you said the singer was they said this. You can check the queue, Jay. It changes all the time. So I don't like to tell people where they are in the queue, because it might change depending on who's here and who skips and who moves for the consultation line and stuff like that. So the queue is the same place at the link in my bio. If you go to the link in my bio, click the submit. That's where you can also see the queue there as well. There's a tab that says see the queue. Okay, let's get into it. That's what I was hearing, because I was curious. I was like, a good chunk of this, A Studio is AI singers. The singer's real. The singer is real, but it's AI. A Studio is AI singers. Clarify that for me. That's confusing me. A Studio is AI singers, but the singer is real. Are they sung and you ran it through the AI? Yeah, let me know. I'm confused. Let me know. That way I know. That way I know what I'm listening to in some of the structure there. But let's get into it, man. This is Lil Kid on the production. Aganin is the name of the artist. And the song is called Fallen. It's only out on SoundCloud right now. Let's run it from the top. Let's get into some details. Yeah, if you wouldn't mind clarifying some of what you're mentioning there, just so I make sure, because I want to make sure that I'm hearing some of the right things here. The singer is real, but I used AI behind his voice to build energy. Got you.
What a lovely strain today. We're smoking all the way.
Because the whole vocal does feel, so you are getting a lot through the whole mix, to be honest with you, through even a lot of the production. Yeah, request at the link in the bio. If you are sending in, it's only 10 seconds. If you're wanting to submit your music, it's at the link in my bio. VNE, welcome in. Good to see you again over on Twitch. Throughout the whole production structure, you do get, even through some of the piano and some of the production, some of this artifact can be in your mix. Like you said, one of the things you're struggling with is in your mix. I'll mention a couple things. It does kind of sound like a lot of that has been run through generation in order for you to mix it. I don't know if you control the AI singer by synth. 100% Slit. Exactly. You are getting a lot of high frequency excitement. You are getting a lot of like high harmonics. You're getting a lot of just like air at the top of the mix. You very well could also, in addition to supporting it with background vocals, because they didn't have enough on the lead vocal, supporting it with the AI vocals you already mentioned, as well as like adding fresh air to the vocal and cranking fresh air, which is a high frequency exciter. So that just feels, all the vocals just feel right? The whole top end of the mix just has this hiss to it. Either it is just things that have been run through to mix them easier, to make things balanced quickly, whatever, and get those backgrounds on the vocals and some of the other stuff. Exactly. There's a lot of that high-end excitement in the background. Those are the things that you just don't want to have, right? Those are the things that are going to be just fatiguing to listen to. They make it too bright. They make it too airy. They make it too just too hissy to listen to at the top of the mix. So if there are supported vocals under there and you want the weight of them, you want the weight of those vocals, filter them down, knock off like 6K, 7K and above, and just saturate the tier of vocals so you get the brightness of the lead vocal, you get the energy of it in the middle of the mix, supported by the weight and maybe the width of some other vocals, but they're not all, hissing at you on the outside of the mix in stereo, because that's a lot of what you're hearing in the background. And what it does is it makes the whole top layer feel like generated. And if it's not, if you're saying that it's not, then it definitely sounds that way, and you should mitigate the issues that are happening there because of that. That would be some of the things. Same thing on some of the production. There's some really saturated pianos in there, but you're also getting some gating. You're also getting some flutter there, which is typical of generated music anytime that there's drops in there. And different times, so I have to use AI to build energy. I'm not really unless I'm misunderstanding. I'm not really understanding the different. So I work with. So you heard a production a couple minutes ago of me and Hydra. Hydra's in the UK. I'm in Texas. I work with people around the world all the time, and different styles and different genres and stuff like that. And he's sending me gigs of stems, or like worked out tracks that are like super high quality, high definition waves. And I'm sending him waves back of like fully processed, clean vocals. So the thing I'm not understanding is why AI is the answer to the different country part. And that's for the building of energy. That part's, maybe I'm misunderstanding, but that's not really, it's not really making sense to me. But maybe I'm not understanding exactly what you're meaning by that. He's not responding to a, yeah, 100%. Like I've taken a couple days in between working with Hydro where like he'll send something. It takes a couple days for me to get to it. There's time zone differences and all that stuff like that. But the answer was never to like run it through AI to build energy, because those are like two different things, right? Like a time zone difference and something taking longer is different than we need to build energy in the track so all the vocals became AI or whatever. So I'm just curious. Again, I don't care. I'm not here to. I just like knowing what I'm hearing, because knowing what I'm hearing and why I'm hearing what I'm hearing helps us determine what we do to correct issues. And that's why I'm curious. Just only in the vocals to build energy. Okay. Interesting. Because it's also in the background of the piano. But I also, what I also hear is really, really bright. So even on some of the other production elements that you are saying don't have that, super bright, super tinny. So the things I want you to mitigate are the tells of other things that we're maybe overcompensating for, right? Right. So like if that's the case, then really watch where we're over brightening, over saturating, and over exciting top end on the rest of the production, because that is going to be one of the issues that you run into. Okay, let's get a little deeper to the song, because it has a cool feel, it has a cool aesthetic. I like the bends, I like the kind of the nuances of a lot of the structure right there. But what you're going to run into is a lot of gating that's happening on the mastering, where like the vocal kicks in, half the production gets super, super quiet. So there's a lot of like compression issues that are being triggered by low end coming in. Once that low end comes in, all of the mix gets suppressed by like 4 or 5 dB. So randomly half the production gets super quiet while the vocal's loud. Those are the issues that I want you to address, right? High frequency excitement, some of the hiss that we're hearing on some of the production, of course, as well as the vocals like you talked about. But that's where I want to restructure some of that and loosen it up so that the track can breathe, your natural dynamics come through a little bit more. I think if you can do that, you'll be in a place that it feels, and also the vocal has a weird bend on it. If it's from autotune, turn that humanized down. Yeah, that kind of depends, I guess, stylistically on what they want out of it. If you're wanting more of that, like almost like synthesis-like portamento bend out of that vocal, then that kind of depends stylistically on what they want to do. Yeah, if you want to submit your music for a consultation like we're getting into now, all of that is at the link in my bio. All right, let's get into the middle of this here.
What a lovely stream today. We're smoking holes.
So that's why, yeah, if they don't have clear, in my opinion, I just wouldn't. This is a nuanced take, but if you're trying to work professionally and you're trying to get like high quality music out there, if someone's sending you just like BS, that's just like not good. It's just not good quality. And it's forcing you to make compensated decisions that are compromising your music quality to where now your production is not presented in the way that you want your production to be presented. I wouldn't work with those people. I mean, that's a nuanced take. I'm one of those people that I think it can be very beneficial for people to be picky about what they do and why they do it and when and with who they do it with. But obviously that's not everyone's perspective. But like if you're like, I'm a great producer, I'm putting out good quality stuff, I have great productions, all of this is clean and clear. And then someone's sending you stuff where it's like, well, now I have to like use AI to like support their vocals. Their vocal sounds weird. Now there's all this hiss in the mix. Now I've got to glue all this stuff together through this other program. And it's like literally giving like your quality quite a bit of a dip. Then I would definitely think about that. Hold on, I got to do my puzzles on TikTok. Give me a sec. Because if I have like a standard for my production and a vocalist wants to work with me or like, hey, I can't send you good vocals, I'd be like, hey, 100%, I would love to work with you in the near future. Let me know when you're able to get some studio time or when you get a small setup. I'll even help you set it up a little bit for, to make sure that you're tracking clean. And then once we get that in place, I would love to work and we'll build a structure, so on and so on. You know what I mean? That's all of that stuff is just conversations that you got to have with people over time.
The way. And all my money new, baby, I'll spend the back.
Build. Yeah, but what's happening is because of that, it's degrading the quality of the track. And so you helped their vocal, but it degraded and kind of diluted the quality of your production. And so a huge portion of the song now, people just hear it and they think the whole thing's fake, right? They hear that part of the vocal, they hear how tightly EQ'd and compressed some of the drums and percussion are, like, oh, the whole thing's generated, and they lose interest or whatever it may be. Or maybe they still like it. But that's why I'm saying, like, if their vocals is really bad and it's really harsh and they're not doing a good job of controlling their quality, that might be just something like, hey, definitely let me know when you're able to like track better, and I would love to get you on some other songs or work on an EP together or something like that, and try to just see like if there's some ways. You can hear A vocals low, his vocals on top, but really matching. Yeah, it's just very obvious, and I think that's where you're gonna run into some limitations. Hey man, listen, I paid for a skip an hour or so ago. I'm gonna go. It's after midnight. Is it Arzin or Azrin? Yeah, let me know if you heard my spiel. I've probably said it like 5 or 6 times over the course of the live, but let me know if you missed my spiel on if you have to leave your song or anything like that. Let me know. That way I can redo it for you. I can kind of let you know what happens during a situation like that, so on and so on. But yeah, it just depends. People are always moving around. The line is always shifting and moving around. The time really doesn't have anything to do with it, because it just depends on where people are in the line. I always just go top to bottom on my end. But yeah. I should go. Yeah, I think I missed. I didn't miss that. Set my phone down a while ago, and I've been. Okay, yeah, no worries at all. So just in case, and this is for anybody that's in line, obviously sometimes the line moves around, people come in, people skip, things move down the line. And I try to mitigate that as much as I can. I try to like close certain lines earlier and whatever, but it happens, right? So in any scenario where you have to leave for any reason, so let's say you got to eat, you got to sleep, you got to work, you got to go to bed, whatever it is, or I get off at the end of the night and your song has not been heard, I will always make sure to save that for you. And the next time that you come in, I will boost you farther. So just as an example, if you sent 10 today and you didn't get heard, and you missed, maybe you missed your chance or whatever, or I ended it early for any number of reasons or whatever, I'll always make sure that I save it for you. And then the next time you come in, you submit for free and I'll boost you to 15. That way, every single time that you come back into the live, you have a boost on yours to help you get heard a little bit sooner, and give you maybe a little bit of a leg up to get heard a little bit faster, so it's not taking as long. Because it just changes every single time. But you will never miss out on your chance. Like I'll never listen without you. I'll never break it down without you here. I'll always make sure that you're ready to go. I put mine in at like 11, but I can stick around a little bit. Yeah, just keep an eye out on the queue, because the queue will always tell you exactly where you're at and kind of the order of things and so on and so on. But it changes. Yeah, some people like submitted really, really early and then 15 people skipped past them. Like then I'm just going top to bottom on my list here to keep it in order. It's not by time. Okay, let's get into the outro of the song really quick here. Yeah, y'all show some love. Lil Kid, I appreciate you. Matt Wolf, thanks for the follow. That is Aghanim. The song is called Following Suit. I think if you can if you can tighten up some of those other production elements and mitigate the issues that you're having to compromise on as far as production goes, you're gonna get so many more fans of your music and people that connect to what you're doing, and with the vocalists that you're utilizing as well. Keep that in mind. But y'all, show some love, man. Low Kid Productions right here in the chat. Matt Wolf, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Martovin, good to see you as well. Curious where my track is in the line. I don't know if Melissa is updated. I'm trying to be brother. Yeah, it is updated. It is updated. So if you check the queue, exactly where you're at in the queue is where it's at. It's up to you. If you want to move faster, if you want to skip that line, if you want to move past people, Ryan just did that. Ryan just moved past everyone. So yeah, keep that in mind. That's completely up to you. If you want to go fast, there's no pressure to, there's no rush. Like I said, if you don't get hurt, I can always save it. I can always hang on to it and then boost you farther the next time. But yeah, it's completely up to you if you want to go faster or push a little bit more. There's no pressure to do that, but that is how you'll get heard sooner, because it always goes from top to bottom. All right, y'all keep it rolling. Keep it rolling. Keep it rolling for Low Kid right here. First time pop pals. Let's go. Let's go. But yeah, you can always see the queue. The line is always updated. It updates automatically based on the order. So the line will always be updated over the course of the live. We got Ryan in the building. Ryan, hop in the chat. I'll never listen without you. So Musa, if you weren't here, we did not listen to it yet. This is Ryan in the building. Ryan, let me know where you're at. This song means the world to me. And yes, it was produced through Suno Studio. Lyrics and melody were done by myself, and Suno Studio helped me do the rest. I have received a lot of positive comments, so I'd like to see what you think. Okay, let me know. There's Ryan. Okay, Ryan, let me know what, I know you just want me to know, you just want to know what it thinks. Obviously, when it comes to people sending in generated stuff, there's less about the production mix, those details that I can really break down, because there's sometimes a lack of control to mitigate some of the things there. I'll break down what we can, but talk me through if there's anything, maybe it's lyric structure, phrasing, format, stuff like that you would like me to focus on. Usually with AI, it's formatting, right? It's like the song structure, the palatability of the song structure, length, things like that. So we can dive into some of those details, but this is Brushstrokes by Ryan right here in the building. And the lighting has changed. I hate change. Sorry, Magic. More or less structure. Okay, cool.
As the night falls, the dark begins to paint.
Close.
Dragging old reflections through the colors of regret. Every stroke holds the colors of a life I thought time erased. Pieces of the man I used to be still tangled in the pain. But in the corner of it all, where every brushstroke ends, there's a space the past has never touched, waiting for my hand. Maybe it was never empty. Maybe it was left for me. One place regret could never.
Yeah, we're mainly going to talk about structure on this one.
One place I could still be free. Let the darkness cry its rain out. Let the morning find its way. I can't change the picture behind me, but I can paint the unpainted space.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. I'm going to go ahead and close the line to new submissions. If you're in line, you can still skip, you can still move. So if you're in the 10, you want to go faster, you still can. I'm going to close it to new submissions.
The colors for the things I couldn't hold. There are words I left unspoken. There are wounds I call my blame. All the years I tried to fix them only darkened every shade. Then a line of gold comes breaking through the edges of the gray. In the space the past could never reach begins to call my name. Maybe it was never empty. Maybe it was left for me. One place regret could never color. One place I could still be free. Let the darkness cry its rain out. Let the morning find its way. I can't change the picture behind me, but I can paint.
I'm trying to think of like the most
unpainted space.
The most granular version would probably be Valhalla's. Valhalla's Supermassive. Supermassive probably has some granular modulated reverbs on there. I bet you Supermassive by Valhalla would get you there. Would get you there. Yo, show some love. Show some love. Show some love. That's Brushstrokes by Ryan. They wrote it and structured it. So we're gonna get into like melodic structure and stuff here. To me, that's gonna be the most important part. Like I said, I'm gonna try to go faster through these next couples here. To the next couple. Caleb, what's up? Good to see you, Caleb. I'm gonna try to go a little bit faster through the next handful of songs here, so I can get through as many of y'all as possible, while still going back through it and getting into the details of it. But I'm gonna try to be more concise. I'm going to try. I'm going to do my best. Thank you for the heart, me, y'all. Appreciate it. But the line is closed to new submissions. This is y'all's music. We're talking about y'all's music. So I'm going to, line is closed. No, you're good. Line is closed to new submissions. So if you are in line, if you're in the consultation line or you're in one of the lines here, you can still skip. You can still go faster. You can still move yourself around that board to move yourself forward. But I just won't take any new submissions so it doesn't get too crazy. I'm going to try to go through as many of these as I can. Once again, if you do get saved and you do not get hurt, I will boost you next time. You sent 10, I'll send you 15. I'll boost it up and make sure you go a little bit faster the next time as well. But let's get into it. Once again, for those of you, obviously you can hear it. The whole song here is generated. It is a fully AI song, but they wrote the lyrics and structure and stuff like that. So the only thing I'm going to break down is going to be much less about mix and production because they don't have control over that. But I do want to talk about song structure, melodic consistency, phrasing, things like that. Broken Thief, thanks for the follow. But let's get into it. Shout out to Ryan. I appreciate you, man. Thank you for sending this in.
As the night falls, the dark begins to paint.
Okay, personal preference. I would just cut this whole intro, right? Like again, for a like faster BPM, like faster pacing, like pop. Yeah, it's all AI. For a song like here, chop that whole intro. I would just hold on. Let me back this up here.
As the night falls,
so obviously off the C minor here. So if you're gonna start it, just as the night falls. Oops, that's too low. I would just like keep that like sharper and cleaner. It doesn't need, I think, all the extra fluff in the intro. Just from again, all we're talking about is structure here is just gonna pull the song along, and you have a little bit of built up energy to just kind of cut it going into the verse and changing the structure. So I would just, in my opinion, I would just start vocal right off the bat. When the night falls, and go straight into the verse. Cut all the kind of the extra fat here. Make the song, 2 minutes and 45 seconds, 2 minutes and 40 seconds, a little sharper, a little bit more consistent, a little bit tighter, right? Just there's not, the riffs in the beginning are not repeatable. The only time that I think is more beneficial is if there's actually structure in the intro that's valuable. Like there's a cool lyric structure, there's an interesting vocal intro, production-wise, it's like engaging and interesting, or you have an instrumental hook that matters later on, right? So if you have this really clean, really distinct melody in the intro that is also in the interlude, that's also in the outro, it's also in the post-chorus, then that's like valuable information. If it's just kind of a random piece that just kind of pops up in there because that's what it decided to do, then it's just kind of extra fluff that just makes the intro longer, more people skip it, especially you have multiple barriers. You have the AI barrier, you have the small artist barrier, all of that stuff, right? So that's where like and then you have the long intro with unbeneficial lead melody information. That's limiting more and more people from wanting to hear the rest of the song, right? So if you just cut it and you go straight into it, you at least move some of those barriers right there. Gabriel, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Small detail, but it can potentially have a bigger impact on the song.
Begins to paint, dragging old reflections through the colors of regret. Every stroke holds the colors of a life I thought.
Okay, and so in the rest of this here, why are we entertaining? Because my goal is to be helpful. So that's the whole structure of this. Every live stream has a different structure. Some people have they're just reviewing. They're saying if you like the song, they're saying, is this good or is this bad? And those people can feel free with the structure of what they do on their live stream to say, this is just bad. It's AI and it's bad. And I don't want to hear it. And that's that. And then we move on. That's not what I do. That's not what I do in the structure of this live stream. The whole structure of this live stream is being helpful when it comes to building song structures, helping people that maybe struggle with songwriting structure, with phrasing, with vocal, like connective phrasing, structuring and building out the actual formatting of their vocals when they're writing music. A lot of these people then do, as I encourage them to, go to start working with bands and artists and session musicians to build out their records and have more control over their rights, over their copyright, over obviously the way that they're going about their music, their royalty structures and stuff like that. So the reason why we're entertaining it is because there can be some additional benefits to people still learning some of the skills and the language around what they're doing, and not just cutting off and saying you're evil and move on. I think there's more nuance to that, especially with the reasons why that people approach their music this way. Do you perform live in Texas, or is everything studio work and such? Yeah, everything's studio work. I do everything in my production studio here. That's just completely remote, right? So you can go to, if the live stream is just, do we like your music or not? Someone who doesn't like AI, they can just say, boom, no, I don't like it, right? And I don't prefer AI. I don't use it. I've never used it. I don't plan on using it. So I have my perspective and my reasonings why I believe what I believe about it, but I don't feel necessarily the need to project that to someone else. If they have a different way around it, how about I say, like, okay, if you are using this to get your songwriting put together, let's at least help you with songwriting. Let's at least make you a better formatter of your music. Let's at least encourage you and point you in the direction of certain musicians and certain other people, right? In order to give them, tools in order to edit it. I don't know, the rest of us learned the old-fashioned way. Yeah, and these people didn't. Right. So, there's a lot of nuance to it. There's a lot of nuance to it, and they didn't. And so I can encourage them to learn that, to connect to these people, to engage with these people, to hear, like, actually, you're making acoustic records. I know an acoustic player that plays for free per points, right? So they play acoustic guitars on people's records all the time. They do it for free, and they just ask for splits, right? So here's someone who could start to do demos for you without using AI and doing this. I've got 50 vocalists in my back pocket that we can, we could drop onto your records for splits as well if you want to put out some real music. So I think there's some nuance to it. Right? Like I said, I have my perspectives, I have my leanings, and I have what I think about it. And I don't expect everyone to hold that same opinion or to try to force it on people. But I do. I have my thoughts. I have so much stuff to show you with different bands I've done outside of Desert. Dude, let's go, dude. Let's go. I love it. If it's for fun, that's great, but I can't support AI taken for the already small pot for 100%. Yeah, that's valid. 100% valid point to make. 100% valid point to make. A lot of these people, also keep in mind that a lot of these people are not taking from the pot. Most of these people, right? There's some people that Spotify has gone behind. There's some other people that have just forced people through that have, gone crazy. And those people are taking from the pot, right? Those people, that's a limiting factor to small indie artists actually getting support, getting royalty payouts, right? They have diluted that pot. 99% of the people that are making 50 albums a day and just like pumping out slop or whatever, the vast majority of those people are not getting streams. They have no social media following. Nobody cares about what they do. And they're not pulling from that stream because Spotify already has a limitation of 1,000 streams to get paid out on per song per year, right? So if you have a bunch of AI stuff you're putting out that no one cares about, you're not pulling from the pot anyways. You're not diluting anything. So I think it's important to talk about all of the nuances of how that works and that, so on. When Damn Near Zeros are... yeah, exactly. With what pot the Spotify's paying for, right? And so, anyways, there's some nuance to it. 2 minutes, 11 a.m. Atlanta. Hey, let's go. Yeah, 100%, man. Okay, let's keep it going. I'm gonna get towards the end here. I just want to hear the hook, and then we're gonna move on. I'm gonna try to go a little bit faster. How many are left? I've got a chunk in line, but I'm gonna have to close it early. I have a good handful in line. Some of these people aren't here, so I'll do as many that I have here in line as I can.
Time erased.
Okay, a couple quick notes. Here's the thing. I'm going to hear this in the hook, and we're going to hear it on the verses. One of the problems, all I do is selling my stories, and I use the tools available to me, not trying to get rich. Exactly. I mean, for sure. And again, there's nuance to that. There's reasons why the people will be frustrated with that, even that, and that those reasons can be valid, so on and so on. I think if everyone's just honest, then it's a much easier conversation to have. It's a much easier conversation to have. You can't get in line, Mr. Madness, but I do appreciate you tapping in. I appreciate you joining the stream. I'll be live intermittently over the weekend, so definitely make sure that you're following. I don't know if I'll be live tomorrow. We'll see, but I'll be live intermittently. So if you want to get your songs heard, just make sure that you're following. We'll open up the lines again in the next couple days. Okay. Lyric structure, right? One of the things that you're going to experience, and then we'll move on to the end of the song and we'll get out of this into the next one. One of the things you'll run into is every single time a new phrase comes in, because you're just unloading those vocals into there, and without clear, defined melody intentions. What'll happen is each vocal, it's like a different melody and different phrasing every time. So the verse has 8 different melodies, 8 different phrases. Some rhyme, some don't, some are here, some are there, right? The problem with that is nobody's going to remember it, right? So if your goal is just to tell your stories, the point of telling the stories that people consume it, that they latch onto it, they relate to it, they hear it, they find it somehow. And if there's not that repetition of like melody or phrasing or structure, people won't. They won't relate to it, they won't remember it because there's too many changes in melody, too many changes in structure, too many changes in timing and phrasing. There's no way to remember it. So as soon as they hear a part of it, they either leave then. If they do hear the whole thing, they forget about it 5 minutes later when the next song plays because there's not that pattern recognition that kicks in. That's one of the things I want you to focus on the most when it comes to your structure. The most when it comes to you building out your production structure and figuring that out on your own. If anyone needs acoustic drums recorded for tracks, reach out to me. I'd love to chat. Please do, J-Max. Great. All right, let's get into the outro here just really briefly, then we'll move on. But that's going to be the whole song. That's going to be your hook. That's going to be a lot of the other parts of your structure here. It's going to be one of the limitations to people just enjoying it. They might like the way it sounds. You know what I mean? Like there's some limitations, but they might like, yeah, I mean, I kind of like the vibe. I like the energy of the song. But then they'll just, and it doesn't even have anything to do with them liking or not liking AI. They'll just literally forget about it. It'll be very, very forgettable. And that's one of the biggest problems with a lot of like modern music that people are making is just incredibly forgettable. And it doesn't mean that it doesn't sound good or there's not some dope things that happen in a song. It just means that there was a structure that was in place and an intention put behind the way that melodies were built out and stuff like that are not conducive to a catchy, repetitive, well-structured song. So that's what I want you to focus the most on. Of course, there's other factors, but that's what I want you to focus the most on here. Okay, and then let me know, why is this not? Hold on, this is not updating over on Twitch and YouTube. Let me see what's going on here really quick. What's up, Christian? Welcome in. Give me 1 second, y'all. 1 second. 1 second. All right, let's see if this works. Of course, Ryan, of course. I appreciate you. Oh, there we go. That's gonna bump it there. Hopefully that pops up. There we go. That's what that was going on. TikTok wasn't popping up for us. Okay, let's get into this last song here. And then again, you're hearing all of that artifact. That's going to be another limiting factor to people, of course. Yeah, y'all show some love, man. Show some love to Ryan. Ryan, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for sending this in, man. I appreciate your submission, your generosity. Thank you so much for doing that. Biggest thing I want you to focus on is structure, consistent melodies, repetition, that things do the same thing. It's several different portions of the song. Again, if you have 4 minutes, in this case, just over 3, but if you have 3 minutes of constant changes and twists and turns and things moving in different directions, it will just be incredibly difficult, if not impossible, for people to remember it and want to go stream it again, so on and so on. But y'all show some love. Show some love. Let's keep it rolling. We got Hamburg in the building. Hamburg, let me know if you're here. I think Hamburg Hag. Berghag, I believe is the name. Let me know if you're in the chat. Let's see. Sounds good, J-Mac. Sounds good, man. Appreciate you. Thank you, Liz. I appreciate it. Okay, I don't see him. Let's move on to the next one. Is Miska in the building? Let me know if Miska's in the chat. See, this is how we'll start to move through more of them, just because I got time for a handful more, y'all. I've already been on for almost 4 hours. And so I gotta rest these ears. I got more work to do tomorrow. So I'll take a handful more songs. I'll try to do as many as I can tonight reasonably, and save and boost the rest as I need to. All right, this is 253. I got you. All right, this is Options by Miska. So we are from Germany. Been working for several years now. She sends me most of the times demos with 2 to 3 splice samples, and then I make a beat out of it. Mixes rushed for beat making purpose. We'll redo it. Any feedback on the beat? All right, so we're focusing on production structure here. Retrack. All right, let's get it. Let's get it. Play it now. Thank y'all for the follows. I appreciate it. I like the roads.
Bei dort, ja, ich krieg meine Zeit nicht erwähnt dort, dann hab ich sie geteilt with somebody son. Ich denk mir nicht an, I like to his face, I hit and I run. Bin jung, ja, ich speichere sie nicht mehr ein. Million auf die Boys sagen just like, nein, ich will trotzdem will nicht mehr ein. Er macht alles, was ich nie, weil du mich nicht mehr liebst, wie du mich immer liebst. Ist das alles, was du siehst, weil du mich immer ziehst, wie du mich immer ziehst. Tags ist mal meine Peace, dass du für ihn nicht schießt, auch weil ich in den siehst. Baby, stuck in meinen Jeans, ich bin zu sehr verliebt. Morning, Baby, das sind aus sein Haar, ich schulterlang. Eigentlich weiß ich's besser, doch ich fahr in deinen Style. Honey, somit durch den Weg, man Shiny, somit
So a lot of this is still kind of scratch, right?
I
like those drums. Kind of like AJ Hall drum breaks. Nice. I like the roads. The road's cool. Let's go, y'all. Show some love. Show some love. Show some love. That is Slit253 over on YouTube, but that is Miska is the name of the artist. Let's get into it, man. Let's dive in. Let's dive into a couple details here. Like I said, I'm going to try to move quickly so we can get through a chunk of y'all's, but let's get into it, man. This is Options by Miska. Let's run it from the top. Let's talk production. Vocals, I know, are going to be rebuilt out, and like you said, some of these are sent as like early demos with some splice samples, and you're building it out now. One of the biggest things I'm kind of curious about is like percussion and bass. That's a big portion, obviously, of the production structure here. I would love some like clarity there, and maybe some like better separation between that range right there. But yeah, this is cool, man. I like the feel a lot. Even here, again, I'm talking nuance here. You can ignore half of what I'm saying. It's your production, just ideas, just tossing them out there. Here, I wouldn't mind a little drier and like closer on the roads. So like right now we have these really nice like sevenths and pops in there. Love it. Beautiful. And I love the little delay slap right at the end right there. That's great. If you're going to have that much reverb on it, for me, it creates some like digital distance that I would prefer for it to feel a little closer, a little bit tighter. If you're going to have that much reverb on it, maybe tighten up the length of it a little bit. It's fairly wet and longer, so it bleeds with your delay as well. It could be nice. The Roland's analogy. Okay, nice. It could be nice to maybe shorten on the road, shorten up the tail of the on the reverb, and then let the delay do most of the work. So you get a little bit more, a little bit of like a drier, tighter feel out of the structure behind the roads, as opposed to it blending a little bit more. Just it opens it up a little bit. It'll make it less muddy when you're pushing the bass and you're adding in the more acoustic sounding drums as well. So right here, so this is where I want to talk about like bass. You have this like long sub bass structure here. There's nothing wrong with that, especially in its pocket in the song. Obviously, this depends on how you want to build this out a little bit. But for me, what makes the song like so interesting and so like engaging is the structure of the drums and the punch and like the drive that it gives the song, right? I mean, it's very like AJ Hall drum breaks. It's got this kind of John Bellion kind of a feel, you know what I mean? Like it has this cool MPC filtered, like, tape saturated drum feel that I think is great. But I think if we wash that out by gluing too much, then we'll lose it a little bit, right? If we have this like punch in the background and these saturated drum breaks and stuff in the background, and then we just like glue it all with massive subharmonics, then we kind of lose the punch that we initially brought in. I would love for us to like accent those a little bit more. If you bring in a sub bass later, it's like really intermittently, like bring in a sub bass for like just the hook or the B section of the hook to kind of glue it and smooth it out. But they go back to a boom, 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 and then that's going over the top of it, just like a really like decent like finger bass or like pick bass that kind of sits underneath it. I think would just be really nice to kind of create a little bit more funk, get a little bit more soul out of it, so it doesn't feel too. It's just this massive wall of low end right there. Again, it has this place. It doesn't mean it's the wrong thing for the production. It can definitely still make sense in a production like this. But I think this early on in the song, going into these first verses, it kind of overwhelms the first part here. I would love just like I said, like a nice like picked P bass kind of a style bass, something that feels a little sharper. I mean, have like a little bit more of something that follows the drums.
Krieg meine Zeit nicht erwähnt, dann hab ich sie geteilt, was somebody sonst stellt mich nicht an, und like his face, und hinten abwarten. Wenn du nicht spreche, sie nicht mehr ein, und ich sprich sie gut, just like
like something that like plucks underneath it, just it really like moves with the groove, and then maybe replacing a sub bass for like if you still want some of the glue but it's not as heavy, maybe like a rolling pad, like a filtered saw pad that is a little bit higher, still low but not as much low frequency, like filter it out a little bit so you still get some glue from a pad. You already have some of that in there. Yeah, you get what I'm saying, because for me, I don't want to lose what matters in this song. Again, sub bass is fine, but when I hear the song, what makes it interesting to me, for one, is like vocal structure and where that's going to be, but it's like drums and bass. You know what I mean? So the drums and bass for me are going to be like the reason why I want to hear something like this. So I want you to lean into that, because if you lean into that, that to me is what's going to make this like the reason why someone's going to hear something like this. And again, like listen to like Kid, like have you heard Kid Again by John Bellion? Let me see something real quick. That might be a decent, you're not exactly like this, but let me hear. Let me see something you have. Okay, I'm going to show you something real quick. Tighter 808, and then hear the drums when they come in. You'll hear what I'm talking about. Similar. Bass is just like an accent point. And then you'll hear in a second. So the bass is there and you still get the feel from it, but it's like, it's tight. Dum, 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 dum. It's just accenting these different points in order to, create some groove behind the drums. But the drums themselves are carrying. The drums are the main thing. Now, if that just went, and that was like the whole thing that we heard right there, and those was underneath it, you would like lose the drums, right? They would matter so much less. But with the shorter bass here, like a plucked, in this case, it's a tight decay 808, but a tighter bass here, those drums really carry it. Now, I want to show you the hook really quick because you can hear how it opens up a little bit more. Just as a reference, you don't have to copy this, but you get the idea of tighter decay, shorter bass that's like plucked, or a tighter 808, and then moving to like pads over the hook completely changes how you kind of feel out the song. So let me... Okay, sub bass. So on the hook, same drums, but we don't lose them at all. There's a sub bass underneath it, and that sub bass is way down. It's just creating weight. It just makes it feel heavy. And there's no more bass groove there anymore. So you can, like I said, you can still have the sub bass. It can still live in its element. It can still be in a particular part of the song, but it's not overwhelming or like disguising anything else. It like sits at the bottom, and the drums are still the main thing. Like the biggest thing here is strings, pads, drums. That's still where most of the energy of the song is coming from. So that's what I'm talking about. Again, you don't have to copy that, or even you might keep it the way that you have it. There's nothing wrong with that either. But just as an idea, it allows what to me are the most impactful and interesting parts of your production to feel more interesting because you haven't suppressed them by covering it with too many other elements in the mix here. Okay, let's keep it going. It's a very similar like pocket, right? Again, these like drum, it's obviously different, but a very similar pocket. You have some of that in there. It's just really, really weighty when it holds. So that's where, like, again, hook structure, you can smooth it out with some sub and a different bass that happens on the verses. You, again, definitely don't need to try that if you don't want to. But if you have like maybe a pluck bass or like a picked bass for the verse, sub bass for the hook, and you separate the two a little bit. That way on the verses, you don't get, you don't just got all of that woof at the low end. But then on the verses, you get a little more dum, dum, dum. Dum, 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 dum. Right? It's a little bit tighter, a little bit pluckier. Love the slides in the background. Again, like there's a lot of like really great stuff that's happening in the background. So yeah, for me, it's like if we can fine tune percussion structure, some of the other scratch stuff that's happening, you'll be able to like fit it in and pocket it in a way that's like feels very complementary to the rest of what you have there. Like the chimes and the movement right there, that's great. See, all of this space here. So the other thing, obviously, we talked about was like Rhodes. Is if that Rhodes is like full spectrum, you know what I mean? Like if it's like the whole Rhodes is like it's still really warm. There's still a lot of low end, and there's a bunch of reverb, and there's delays on it because there's so much energy right there in the mix. I would try to compartmentalize a little bit. That's why I think if you're gonna have like more weighty elements, synths with reverb, heavy vocal lines, big bass underneath it, drums that are really, when you have all of this energy out of the drums and it's very constant. You don't need to fill in a ton of the ambiance. You can be very strategic with where you fill in ambiance. So on the Rhodes is like a core part of your progression right here. I think you could go much drier with the Rhodes because your leads are going to have reverb. The vocals going to have delays and vocal samples. You got busy drums with saturation. They're crunchy and compressed. They're filling in a lot. So you don't even necessarily feel the reverbs on the Rhodes. They just kind of add noise and mud. And so for me, I think you could actually dry it up quite a bit. I think you could tighten those reverbs, bring them down by 10, 20%, and rely on just like a nice chorus or a flanger or phaser on that Rhodes to make it nice and wide and make it pop without it being super reflective and like kind of filling in a lot of mud. I think if that's one thing, that's like the one overarching point that I would focus on is that mud. Whether that's the sub bass, whether it's the mixing of the drums, whether it's the reverb of the Rhodes, whether it's like what all has or doesn't have reverb. If you can like lean into those little sections right there, you're gonna be good, man. It's a cool production. I like the feel and the aesthetic of it. It's not a terrible balance either. I think there's just certain elements we can manipulate, like we've talked about. But I like the beat. I like the structure. I think the drums are great. They're crunchy. It's a good run on those right there. I love the Rhodes with the 7th. Like what you have there, I think is awesome. I think it's really, really cool. You also some love to Slit 253. That is Options by Miska. Miska is the artist on the track, and Slit 253 is the one that produced it. I love it, man. I'm excited to hear more production from you. Obviously talented. You obviously understand structure and dynamics. I think you're doing a great job. So, man, thank you so much for sending this in. I appreciate that a lot. Let's keep it rolling. Thank y'all for the follows as well. Stein, I see you. Thank you for the follows. Y'all are amazing. I appreciate that a lot. Let's keep it rolling. I got time for a handful more tracks, y'all. A handful more tracks. I'm not going to be able to get to everyone today. I'm going to do my best to get through like maybe 2 or 3 more if I can. I gotta rest my ears. I've been on for 4 hours already, so I gotta take it easy. And then we'll open up the line line later this weekend as well. If you get saved, just a reminder, if you submitted for the consultation line and you do not get heard today for any reason, whether you leave or I get off at the end of the day and you haven't been heard, I will always save it for the next time that you come. You'll submit for free, and I'll add you back into the line manually and boost you. So if you sent in 10, you'll have 15, so on and so on, to make sure that you have a little bit of a leg up. So I appreciate y'all hanging out today. Hamburg is still not in here. Shay. Is Shay in the building? Is Shay in the building? Let me know. Is it Shay or Che? I think it's Shay, but let me know. Let me know if you're in the building. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. I appreciate that a lot. As well as in what's good will be heard next. It's always top to bottom. It is always top to bottom. Okay, so I don't see Shay in here either. Thank y'all for the follows. I appreciate that too. Steel Heart. Where's Steel Heart? It always goes order top to bottom. So it depends on how much people send. So some people send in tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, whatever. Some people send more. Some people send in early and then they add more to theirs to go faster. I just go at the list. So y'all determine the order on your own based on where you're at in the queue and stuff like that. I just click on the top song and play it, and go down through the list. Y'all are the ones that kind of determine the order. The lounge again. Thank you for the follow. So if you submitted in the consultation line, it's just I'm going top to bottom, but some of these people are not here. I don't see Steele either. Azrin, did you hang out long enough? I see you in the line, but you might be asleep. Let me know if you're here. Azrin, you made it. You made it. Let's run it. This is the game by Azrin. Thank you, Autor. Is it Autor? Am I saying that correctly? These are Focal Clear MGs. I love them. These headphones are amazing. Yeah, Focal Clear MGs. They sound phenomenal. They're the best sounding headphones I think you can put on your head. They're glorious. I love them. They're comfortable. Super, super, super nice headphones. I've used these to mix for years at this point, and there's no looking back. No looking back. I'm obsessed with them. All right, let's keep it rolling. This is Azrin the Game. Thank you for your patience, Azrin. I'm glad that you hung on. I'm at GarageBand now, ready to start editing. Let's get it. Looking for thoughts on cleaning up the mix, vocals, and the like. Currently at my computer, ready to edit based on feedback. Let's get it. Let me know. I'm assuming. Hold on. I gotta get access. I'm requesting access for the drive file, so do that as quickly as you can. Access was denied, so I'm going to try to open up here in a second. And then, of course, let me know when you have a chance what you do in your music. Just open it up. And let me try again. There you go. Now it's good. Okay, let's get into it. Yeah, okay, so talk to me really quick, Azrin, about the role that you play in your music. Talk to me about what I'm hearing and what you do within it. All right. This is the game by Azrin. I'm assuming you're making this in GarageBand based on what you just said. Beautiful. Love it. Great job. What are you recording your vocals with?
Suddenly I see I crossed an unspoken line. Never the player who knows all the rules, building a bridge with outdated tools. Not complicated, misintegrated.
2035. Okay, cool.
In the wrong family jewels. Heretics nightmare, easy to scare. If you don't know why they play, some play along but don't take all night. What is it about this game I can't get right? Are you ready to get serious? Why is everybody so imperious? If you say the right thing the wrong way, you won't see another day. Dancing on ice but licking the flame. The
Since
the game. Heard if you don't care, people will play fair. Heard you can break all the rules. And if you think fast, know all the main cast, you'll be crowned king of the fools. Heavenly visions of joining the tribe, becoming the
Hey, what's up? Thank you for the raid. Thanks for tapping in. Welcome in, welcome in. How y'all feeling today?
Like vivisection under inspection, pearlescent purity, please. So don't make a move, you'll start a new fight. What is it about this game I can't get right?
What's up, Naomi? Welcome into the stream. Thanks for joining, y'all. Let's go, Azrin. T Fanny, welcome in. How y'all feeling today?
On ice, but licking the flame. Then when they say it, you lose the game.
100%, Shane, 100%.
Lose the game. Lose the game. Wishing, I'm hoping, I'm praying that someone would break this.
Let's go, Azrin.
I'm trying to keep up, but I get this.
Oh, B minor, right?
How can I keep buying all of the shit you sell?
Wonderful moderator. Hey, I'm so glad. I appreciate y'all hopping in today. I appreciate y'all joining. What do y'all do in y'all stream? I'm still kind of getting the lay of the land on Twitch and raids and stuff like that. I've been doing it for like a while, but I feel like I'm still new. Let's go. Y'all show some love. I do Azrin and I'm mad about it, but we're not going to address it so that people can still keep the illusion that they have. But I do get it. I do get it, but we gotta save everyone else from it. Y'all show some love, man. That is I am Azrin. Yeah, unfortunately, and I'm very angry about it, as you can tell. I'm pissed. But y'all show some love. Show some love to Azrin. Let's get into it. They produced, mixed, and wrote that entire thing. So let's. Can you please play spam by inviting that Shane? Let's get into the details. Let's talk through some of the structure here. Let's get into maybe like some of the mixing, production structure, and stuff like that. One of the things that I want you to work on, some of this is production structure, and some of this is also the way that you're balancing the mix itself, right? So some of it is what you're playing, the phrasing of it within MIDI, as well as the way that you mix those individual elements. And ours, thank you so much for the follow on Twitch. I appreciate that a lot. So your song, based on what I'm hearing, is B minor, right? So I love it. And then your main progression here, it's kind of based off of these like expanded chords, right? It's like a B minor, following with the A over the top and the G over the top. So you get all this tension out of it. It's cool because your bass note stays really consistent and you get all this like tension and dissonance out of the chords. But I think it's awesome. I think that sounds really, really cool. So one of the things I want to work on is how do we, when we have all this tension on the chords, how do we still make sure there's clarity in the production and like clarity in the mix? So it doesn't get like noisy and muddy. We just get the cool elements of the tension that you're putting in there. So let's run it from the top. Let's dive into a couple details on this production here. But I like what you're doing. I mean, it's an interesting style. It feels very, and I mean this in the best way possible. It feels very dramatic and almost Broadway in a sense. I could see a song like this being played in like a musical or a Broadway. And again, I mean that in a someone might use that as a negative connotation, but I think it's a positive thing. I think there's a great lane for so many different versions of music, right? Yes, theater definitely plays a role on the way that I write. Okay, I love it, dude. I love it. Amazing. So that's very in line with what I'm hearing, where I'm getting this dramatic vocal texture. I'm getting this like high tension production that just feels, that feels really, really nice. So I love it, but I think we need to polish some things to make sure that that's like very in line with what people are experiencing. And then also, I think you need to market the same way. I think sometimes people forget that when it comes to like promoting your music and like writing, I've been calling it cinematic pop, 100%. When it comes to like how you market your music and how you showcase your music to people, oftentimes where people like feel the tension and the way that people market their music is it doesn't feel in line with like what they're hearing. You know, like when someone, like when you hear like kind of like goofy comedic rap or something like that, and then the person marketing it seems super serious, and you're like, I can't tell. Is this a joke? Is this satirical? Is this parody? Like, should I laugh with them / at them, or is this goofy and I should see it as goofy and like it because it's goofy and utilize it in content because it's goofy, right? It's like the same thing with stuff like this. If this has a really dramatic texture to it, I think you need to market accordingly, right? And I think if you're too in line with like this being like a modern pop record that like someone who likes listening to modern pop music listens to, then there's going to be like a disconnect between like someone who likes listening to Sabrina Carpenter and then like a song like this kind of gets, right? But this is way more alternative and way more dramatic. And so anyways, that's going to be really important for you so that people who like encounter your music have some level of expectation of what they're getting out of it. And I think when you help kind of dictate people's perspective on your music through the way that you market, through the way that you approach, you know, writing your music and stuff like that, you're going to get more real fans of what you do and less pushback on what you're doing because you're very self-aware of like, I know what my music is. I know it's not this thing over here. I know it's this. And I want people that like this thing to follow what I'm doing. So anyways, let's get into it. Let's run it from the top. This is The Game. Unfortunate name. And then we'll dive into it. I get you. Yeah, Azrin is definitely a character and it markets that way. Okay, perfect. I wish English came as naturally to me as it does to him. He could just keep talking without ever running out of words. Can I be honest with you? I wish I ran out of, I think everybody here wishes I ran out of words. The ADHD is strong. My brain is thinking about 50 things all at the same time. And I talk fast and sometimes the brain doesn't keep up. Sometimes it does. So I sometimes wish I had less words so I could just slow the hell down. Okay, but let's run it. Let's run it from the top. Let's get into it. Okay, really quick production, right? Dun, 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 dun. Love it. It's a great melody. Nothing wrong with that. Dun, 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 dun. What I would do with this right here is decide, without trying to get too complex with this, decide what instruments you want to carry your progression. Because I can get too in the weeds with stuff like this. Decide what you want to carry your progression. If there's too many different things that are all sitting kind of in the same place and same register of the song, they'll start to step on each other, right? So you have like low chords and a low pad and like a low melody that's kind of doing the it's doing that like low melody right there, but that's also where the bass is. It's also like where the chords are and where the synths are and where the pads are. So I think what we need to do is on some of the melody octave side, as well as EQ and stuff, we need to separate those a little bit, right? So I want like the main bass. Let's play it. Sorry, it's gonna pause a little. So there's a dun, dun. There's like a low, like distorted synth in there. Love it. That's a big part of your bass. Keep that really locked in. I'm gonna hear this intro again, so I'm gonna back it up just for a second. Unfortunately, I need to go to bed because it's 3 hours in the night here in Brittany fans, but it's very interesting. Thank you so much for tapping in. I really appreciate you joining. Thank y'all for the raid as well. For any of y'all that are sticking around or just hanging out for a little bit, I appreciate y'all so much. That means a lot. It's fun to see some new names and stuff in the chat as well. So thank y'all for being here. Hopefully we'll see y'all around a little bit as well. And if I can catch any of y'all's lives at any point, no matter what you do, I'd love to support it as well. Okay. So here is where I want to clarify. So we have some basses, some low melodies, so on and so on. And I would love to start to maybe push some of those in a higher octave, as well as maybe EQ out some of the low end of a few of those elements so that they're not interrupting each other anymore. So if you have like a main bass that you want to make sure is there no matter what, but then you have like 3 other synths, what you probably need to do is just like high pass those or thin them out or jump the octave with them so they're not stepping on the toes of the lead right here, or position them away from the synths in the middle, right? If your main basses and everything are right here in the middle of the mix, we might need to just like pan and offset these or carve out of the middle of the mix some of these other elements so that they're not stepping on each other's toes too much. Come on. Doesn't want to play it. Hold on. There we go. Like there's some elements in there that I really, really like, but there's a little bit of low end mud. Most of that low end mud is between like 100 and 300 hertz. So if there's something that feels a little muddy down there that's interrupting those melodies or bass, just carve that 100 to 300 hertz out of that to give you just a little bit of fresh space in there. All right, let's get a little bit deeper in here.
Don't play along, but don't take all night. What is it about this game I can't get right?
Same thing, all of these vocal layers, same thing, kind of right down here, right in the middle. Get some of those harmonies and some of those stacks wide. It's going to make them pretty loud. But you can reduce some of the energy behind those there, open it up a little bit, and help suppress some of that higher energy right there. So take all of those vocal layers that are all right here, take some of the harmonies, pan them left, maybe some low harmonies, like 60% this way, 60% this way, higher harmonies, 80 to 100% on the left and the right, and then bring them back in the mix a little bit. That's going to make your vocals as well as the production feel super wide, super open, and super energetic. All right, let's get forward a little bit more here. But all of the stuff that we're talking about is just regaining clarity. It's like there's some cool production in there, some cool vocal ideas and stuff in there. But what's happening is they're all stepping on each other, whether it's bass frequency stepping on each other, layers and low melody stepping on each other, all those vocal layers sitting in the same spot of the mix, kind of stepping on each other again. That's where I want to just open this up a little bit, regain some clarity. You can hear what's happening in the song. We can dictate where, something is progressing, where, it's holding a little bit more, or where you thin it out to leave some room for some other things happening in the mix.
Visions of joining the tribe.
Because again, a lot of the sound design is, I don't have too many complaints. Like a lot of the sound design is fine, but I think it's like where it's happening in the mix and the amount of like amplitude and energy that it has in the mix.
Becoming the enemy of every vibe. Miscalculated, truth understated, something no one can describe.
So if that right, if those other layers, if all those layers that stab right in the middle right there, if those get pushed wide, that becomes such a powerful accent to the song that right now is just being disguised behind the lead vocal. But if you just open it up like crazy, if you just push it really, really wide, it makes that like a huge accent point in the song. It makes it feel super vibrant and super energetic to listen to.
Like vivisection under inspection, burlesque and purity, please. So
I feel that, Nick. I feel that. It can be tough. It does, to be honest, it doesn't come naturally to me. Like I am naturally like very, very, very like introverted, and like where I get fed and what is like the most inspiring and like fun for me is to be like in my dark studio with my headphones on and like be alone. You know what I mean? Like that is where I feel like the most creative and the most like at peace. I happen to like be good at like turning it on for like a live stream. And it also is helpful because like I'm not really talking to people, even though, there's been a lot of people here over the course of the live. I am still just like in my dark studio with my headphones on talking to a camera, right? And so that's like a little bit easier for me. I can kind of turn that on, but man, it definitely is like not easy for me. It's not an easy thing. You feel comfortable and you're confident in your comfort zone, 100%. Like naturally for me, I'm like, turn off all these lights. Let me just like work. Like even when I'm doing creative stuff, like working on music productions or working for clients and whatever, I prefer to just like be in here alone, do the thing that I do well and not have to, talk to people. But I also so appreciate, Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, all the platforms that I'm on right now, the amount of community and support and relationship that I've built over talking with so many amazing creative people. So I'm so grateful for it, but it's definitely not something that's like natural or easy for me. Like I prefer to be on my own in that sense, where I like to just like kind of chill out. It definitely is not like a natural state for me.
This game I can't get right. Are you ready to get serious?
can hear how there's a little bit of mud. There's a little bit of mud in the background where some of the chords aren't moving together. So just make sure when you're following these progressions that everything moves together. If there's some bass notes that aren't going to the A and then the G, they're just on the B minor, I would probably make sure for your hook that all of your bass notes follow the B, A, G. Now, during the verses and the intro, you can have more tension, but I would open it up probably for the hook and have the... Like, allow all of that to follow together. If there's too much tension down there and they're kind of running into each other, that's where it's going to start to feel frustrating to listen to. It's going to feel muddy. It's going to feel noisier. Again, the overarching point is clarity, separation, really manipulate what you have in the mix to be very purposeful, to work together, to really collaborate together so that they're all doing exactly what you want them to do and they're not interrupting each other too much. Still dramatic, still crazy sounding, all that fun stuff, right? But better clarity, better separation. All right, let's get into the next section here.
How can I keep buying all of the shit you sell?
I like a lot of your synth work though. The synths are really cool.
Before there was someone there to tell. Are you ready to get serious? Why is everybody
Clarifying some of that mud will help a ton with you just being able to open this up a little bit. You know what I mean? Like if you can regain some clarity, if I can start to... If we start to hear this melody better... If we really can clarify those melodies and it just like feels more obvious what is the main thing, because again, I'm kind of hearing so many different harmonies and different melodies and different synths and arpeggios that it's hard to hear like what's the chord, what's the melody, what do I, like as a consumer of the music, as just a listener, what do I do, what do I follow? Because again, like I mentioned earlier in the stream, when you're writing melodies, you're writing lyrics, you're telling everybody what to sing, right? Like when you're deciding what melody you're going to do and what harmonies are going to be there, you're literally telling people what they should learn, what they should sing, how they should interact with your music. And so I think when it comes to, I'm hearing all these different melodies and harmonies, I'm hearing all these different layers in the background. If you can give me a little bit better clarity as to like, what's the main thing, supported by other fun, interesting production elements, but what's the main chord? What's the main melody that I should learn as a listener of your music? If that's a little bit clearer and more concise, I think everything else will fall into place. Everything else will like support it better. You can learn to balance that in the mix with better, clarity and cohesion. But for me, I just really want to get some clarity to this progression. Are you serious? And like get that really clean and clear. Get that really clean and like really concise right there, and then support it by everything else. One of the phrases that myself and many, many other engineers use all the time is like, if everything's loud, nothing's loud. If everything's quiet, nothing's quiet. If everything's wide, nothing's wide. It takes contrast between those things to really create dynamics in your music and make it feel interesting and engaging to listen to. So right now it's kind of like all of the layers are forward. So I'm kind of hearing all of the different things happening. And I think we need to kind of find the non-negotiables of the song, right? Like the bass and the chords that are being played, the lead vocal, the percussion, make that punchy, make that driving, give it energy, give it support, and then turn everything else down and then like feed it into the mix until it's doing what you want it to do. But right now it kind of feels like everything's forward. So it's making it noisier. It's making it busier. It's a little bit harder to follow. If you can restructure it towards like, I know my bass, my drums, my chords, and my vocal are exactly where I want them to be. I'm going to fill in the gaps with everything else to make it feel wide and make it feel engaging and powerful, when you're listening to it. But they're not stepping on each other. I'm gonna slowly add in the layers to the vocal, but let me pan them out, let me position them better, so on and so on. I think if you can get better at that clarity and that separation right there, it's gonna be awesome. Because I like the feel, again, if you market it well, you point it in the right direction, you like find your fan base based on this style, not based on what people would compare it to. I think if you can lock in there, you're gonna be in a great spot. You're gonna be in a great spot. But y'all, please show some love. That is The Game by Azrin right here in the chat. Thank you so much for sending this in. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much for your support. Really, really great job. You obviously have an ear for production. You obviously have an ear for programming and digging into it. So I'm excited for you. Very, very excited for you. Of course, anytime. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep chipping away at it. You got it. You got it. You got it. For those of you asking, the line is closed. The line is closed. Also, we are, is Ariana Grande popular? No, not at all. We are not listening to popular artists, and we are also talking about your music, and we are closed. So if you would like to submit, I'll be live later on this weekend, hopefully, if I can. I just don't have a ton of time, but I'll try to be live later this weekend, depending on what other work I have to get done. But we are closed for tonight. We're closed for tonight. We're closed now for tonight. So just make sure, whether you're on TikTok, YouTube, or Twitch, make sure that you are following or subscribed where it makes sense. That way you can keep notifications on and make sure you know when we go live next time. Yeah, y'all are late. We're close. We've already been live for like 4.5 hours, so I gotta call it after like the next song here. Okay, so let me see really quick. Forfeit, is Forfeit in here? My ears are gonna start ringing. Is Forfeit in the building? Let me know. And just again, quick reminder, I'll mention this every song, but if you're one of the artists that is getting saved or not being heard tonight, I will always save it for you. I will never listen without you here. I'll always make sure that you are here for your breakdown, and the next time you come in, I will boost you another 5 in the line to get you heard sooner. But that's I just want to make sure you know. So you'll never miss out on getting played. So if you're later in the line, I have to close it without you getting played, or you have to leave for any reason, I'll make sure that I save it for you and then boost you the next time. It happened with a couple artists today, actually. Okay, I don't see Forfeit. Is V&E in here? Is V&E in here? This might be our last one. I got to rest my ears. My ears are starting to ring a little bit. I got to take care of them. Go to take care of them. Let's see. All right, I think they are not here. Okay, I might have to call it then, y'all, because I think most people aren't here, and I really got to rest my ears. I might have to. I wish I could freestyle on the piano like that. It's thank you, Liz. I appreciate it so much. I appreciate that. I think for me, if you can just learn like foundational phrasing and scaling, it makes it so much easier, whether you're in the key of like C, B, G sharp, whatever. Just understanding like scaling and then just being able to float anywhere. To me, like foundational ear training for me was like one of the most beneficial things ever. So like I started like classical piano lessons when I was 6 years old. Someone break, no, don't tell Libby, Time Mine. Don't tell Libby. I don't want a broken heart. I don't want a broken heart. The Time Mine said, someone break Torvik's heart so we get a platinum record. But the only way someone breaks my heart is if it's Libby. We've been married for 9 years. So please, I don't want a broken heart. Anyways. One of the primary things that I was learning when like first being I do think I have a good ear and instinct for what you call relative pitch or near perfect pitch, relative pitch, where I can hear stuff. And even at a young age, it's how I taught myself guitar when I was 8, as I just would listen to a song and I move it until I figured out how to play it. And then I knew how to play it. So I did a lot of like early ear training, and I did think I just had a good ear for picking up on like relative pitch and kind of the context of certain notes. And I was like, oh, somehow I knew it was wrong and could move it. That's one side of it, of course, just, I don't know, genetically or something. I'm not sure. I don't really know how that works. But the other was actually practical ear training and just knowing the steps of like every single scale. And so like no matter what the key was, like knowing where things are, that to me was vital to me having the freedom to be able to like play whatever. So it's like if I'm in the key of B major, and that's like I can really easily just, like I can just, simple stuff. Like you can do kind of like your classic phrasing for those chords. But knowing just like where the scale is, just knowing that that's where the B major, being able to do that just allows you to like, okay, I know any of these notes will fit. So like maybe I'm just doing this. And the left hand is super easy. And then you can just choose any. And I'm like, okay, I know any of these notes will work. Let me just choose any of them. I'll just make up random stuff. And I'm not like, there's nothing special about that. Just find a note that works. Repeat it. Repeat it again. Change. Again. There's nothing like special about that. I'm just like, oh, I found one note. That note kind of worked. Let me do a few more. And then we do those few more notes again. As I do a few more notes again. And next thing you know, you literally have a melody. And I'm like, well, now that like that kind of works, let me move this down. Now it's like, oh, that's kind of a song. And then what if I change the notes? Or what if I keep that melody? It's a cool melody. Let me change the chords. I'll change to a 4. Same thing, just change the note underneath it, right? So a lot of like the freestyling, even like what I'm doing when I'm just like playing random stuff here. Some of it, of course, is playing piano for 26 years or something like that. Like that helps. Sure, that helps. But even then, the actual thing, the music theory and playing piano for 26 years is that really just gives you like language to be able to speak with on it. But a lot of what's actually happening, what's actually being played is not crazy difficult. It's just like knowing the tools, right? It's just like any instrument. It's like playing guitar. It's like using something with your vocal. It's like knowing the scale with your voice. It's like having a falsetto or a high mix voice or a chest voice or a whistle tone, like being able to fry scream and understand like your lower registers. Like all of these are just like doing a trill, doing a vocal run. All of these things are just like tools in your toolbox. And so it's like, once you understand, it's like you could have I could play like one note this whole time. And I know that one note will give tension if I change the chords underneath it. Maybe add a few more. This is not like a lot of skill, but that could be a Louis Capaldi song. You know what I mean? Like add that with like a big upright or a big grand piano and a cello underneath it, and you just have the next 800 million streamed Louis Capaldi song by just literally playing. I mean, there's no crazy skill there, right? But it's just the tool. It's just that knowing that I'm not going to change with it, because if I change with it, kind of boring, right? Not wrong, just boring. But what if I stay? Maybe make it easier. Or tension, right? So anyways, I got to get out of here, but all of that to say that sometimes like that sounds so cool and so pretty is actually like the simplest answer. And it's just like understanding what will like give or take away tension, what will add tension and drama, like you said, and then what will like relieve it afterwards, right? By like resolving it, so on and so on. My favorite song on Phoebe Bridgers' new album has a super simple piano melody underneath it all. And I'm like, man, I could 100%. I think sometimes we overcomplicate it. I find it very hard to coordinate my left and right hand on a piano. Any tips? As far as coordinating right and left, scaling together is going to be the best way for you to do that. Chording together, scaling together, drilling together. So getting that coordination down, and it takes mass repetition. When I mean mass repetition, means like I had to do it 1 billion times a day, every day for years and years and years to get really good at it. But I think if you're constantly like learning piano, when you're just learning notes, you're just learning chords, but you're not learning like skills and drills, then it's going to be really challenging for you to like fix that coordination between hands, right? It's like if I'm just like key of C, right? And I'm just doing scales here. and I'm just doing those skills, it's going to be really challenging. What's up on Twitch? I appreciate you tapping in. If I'm just doing that individually, it's going to be a lot more challenging. What I need to do is I need to be doing my scales. I need to be doing counter scales. I need to be doing all of this stuff with both hands together so they're working together. Build the coordination that both hands can do anything. Both hands can handle melody changes and chord changes. Both hands can scale. Both hands can do trills. The more that you build coordination for both sides of your brain, essentially, the easier it's going to be for you to like work through chords and like change keys and like change melodies and stuff like that. And just like have more tools to come up with like better creative melodies and stuff like that. But if you like only focus on like the right hand's doing all the work and the left hand like barely does anything, you're always going to be at like a deficit on one side. The more that you can smooth all that out, the better off you'll be. Okay, I got to get out of here. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all so much. We will be live in the next couple days. I'm just not exactly sure when because I have a whole bunch of work I got to get to. Keep in mind, everybody that's been saved, you will be saved and boosted. We'll add a little bit more to yours next time to get you farther along, get you heard sooner. But I got to rest my ears and I gotta get out of here so that I can just not listen to stuff for just a little bit. But I love and appreciate y'all so much. Thank y'all for tapping in. Make sure that y'all are following or subscribed where it makes sense. Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok. Appreciate y'all so much. Hopefully we'll see y'all very, 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 very soon. Peace.